tired, Angela. I'm tired. Are you tired?
Roll call, please.
Yes. Mr. Shi,
Here.
Mr. Vishal Patel,
Here.
Ms. Peng,
Here.
Ms. White,
Here.
Mr. Romano,
Here.
Ms. Anjana Patel,
Here.
Mr. Lugo,
Here.
Mr. Ronak Patel,
Here.
Mr. Errico.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Opening statement.
Yes, in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, Public Law 1975, C 231 Sunshine Law, the Edison Township Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, place thereof posted in the Board of Education administrative offices. Copies of this notice were sent to the Home News Tribune and the Star Ledger.
Thank you. Today is my favorite meeting of the whole year is the teacher and staff recognition. So like to, before we start the meeting, I want to thank everyone for coming here. And I also want to thank all the family members for being here. Without your support, you know, your teacher, your supporting staff would not be able to accomplish what they have accomplished. So I want to say sincere thank you to all of you as well. So, you know, with that said, superintendent report.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shi. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? I mean, you could do maybe a little bit better than that, right? How are you? Good? This is a celebration. Listen, I want to echo Mr. Shi's sentiments. I mean, you know, first of all, congratulations to all of our honorees. How about a round of applause for everybody in the room? I mean, this is a meeting where we're acknowledging and honoring an exceptional group of teachers and support staff members who are the very best in our school district and exemplify what it is to be an Edison Township employee. Your dedication, professionalism, commitment to our students as well as our school community is paramount and has been and always will make a long and lasting impact. We are honored to have you here tonight with your families, with your administrators, with your loved ones. It's really, really exciting to celebrate your contributions and express sincere gratitude for all that you do. I know I speak on behalf of all of our Board of Education members as well as everybody in the district. Thank you so much for all that you do for our students here in Edison Township. Thank you. You know, usually, Mr. Shi, I'm not going to, when I have the microphone in front of me, I do like to talk about the strategic plan and stuff like that, so you're going to have to suffer through just a couple minutes, and it's actually pretty cool stuff right now. From our wellness pillar, we're actually celebrating, so our wellness pillar focuses on aspects of wellness, right? Student wellness as well as staff wellness, and we're focusing on staff wellness because, you know, when you have a happy faculty room, you have happy classrooms as well, too. So we're focusing on the physical wellness right now of our staff, and we've launched, under the leadership of Dr. Tui and Ms. Gausman, our first district walkathon that we've ever had, like for the staff. So Edison staff came together, they did their first district-wide walkathon, and the results are nothing short of spectacular. Dr. Tui provided me with some of the information today. Together, our staff logged shy of 39 million steps in 1 week.
Wow.
Yeah.
Woo! Wow.
So to give you context, that's close to 19,500 miles, which kind of assumes, you know, 2,000 steps a mile, depending upon, you know, your stride, I guess. You could have walked to Perth, Australia, which is the furthest city on Earth from where we are, and you would still have like 8,000 miles to spare. It's also the equivalent of walking to California and back 3 times. And most impressively, we are only, and Doc Tui, correct me if I'm wrong, like 4,000 miles short of walking around the entire planet. So in a week, in 1 week. So next year's challenge, let's aim higher. Let's go to 48 million steps to walk around the entire Earth. I'd love to see our Edison staff complete a global journey. And listen, this really goes to wellness, to fitness, to mindset, to ensure that we are priming our staff to perform at their very, very best. And And we have like a winner too, a competition, which we're going to announce a little bit later on once we've kind of tallied the numbers up also. From our engagement pillar to staff, students in our community, we are going to be launching a survey in concert with our Director of Communications to our student, staff, and parent community, right? We'd like to kind of gauge the temperature of how we're doing as a district, areas that you think that we're doing really well, and other areas for growth. I think it's good for a check-in, and we make sure that we're measuring our success in relationship to that. And last but not least, I'd be remiss. We're in the spring season right now. We got a couple sporting events. I don't want to steal Mr. Ross's thunder or Dr. Kim's as well too. But I heard our Edison baseball team is doing pretty well. They've advanced to the Jim Muldowney GMC championship, and I think the game's coming up on this Saturday. So this Saturday, 2 p.m., Mr. Ross, perfect. Eagles have won 8 in a row, right? 8 in a row. Along their way, with number 3, number 6, number 10 seeds. Just congratulations. How about a round of applause for the Edison boys baseball team? JP Stevens, too. They've been on a tear with volleyball. Also, they've had a terrific season so far. Freshmen went undefeated, went on to win the county tournament. The JV teams, only 1 loss in the county finals. Varsity is 18-5 or 4. The team won the division for the first time in school history. Congratulations to the coach, everybody that supports the program there. A sport that is near and dear to my heart. I understand that the girls' golf team won the county tournament yesterday or the day before. I don't remember being invited to fill out a foursome there. So if they're a little shy, Mr. Toth and I can maybe fill in on those pieces. And flag football team, I think, won their first game in history as well too. So congratulations to them also. Yeah, and the reason why I highlight these pieces is that this event honors, this board meeting honors successes this evening, right? The successes of our staff, the successes of our students, our administrators. It is my privilege to serve this community in this capacity. I love coming to work each and every single day. And I thank you, Mr. Shee, for giving me the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to the main event of this evening, the presentation. Mrs. Goomer, where are you? There you go. Take it away.
Board President Shee, Dr. Aldrali, and the Board of Education, it is my distinct pleasure to be here once again on my favorite meeting of the entire year. This is the heart and soul of Edison. Our teachers are why we're able to do what we're able to do. I've had the privilege of being able to interview many of our kindergarten, first, second, third, and fourth grade students at lunches. I've been going around and asking them what they like about school, what they don't like about school, and what they would change. And other than the fact that they would like me to change the food that their mom makes at home, that salt and vinegar chips are too sour, and that recess and lunch should be longer, which we all know. The other thing they have told me that they like over and over again is that they love our teachers. So if there's anything else that is the biggest testament to you that I think there is, that the kids in Edison love their teachers, and that's because of you. To start off, we're going to be watching our video honoring our teachers and staff.
My grandfather was a huge inspiration. I would write a letter and he would grammatically check every single sentence and then send it back to me, and told me that, learning it now is just going to make you a better writer later on. I definitely give everything I could to him at this point about being a teacher, because I wouldn't be a great ELA teacher if it wasn't for him.
Mrs. Wallish exemplifies the essence of what it means to be an exceptional educator. She goes above and beyond, creating vibrant, supportive, engaging activities for students. Her dedication is categorized by a collaborative spirit, classroom community, a holistic approach to all learners, and her ability to make personal connections.
So when I was teaching in London, my grade level got called to work with the Olympic Committee. The stadium was being built in Stratford, and we were part of building a mural that incorporated the values of the Olympics. So it was a great project to be part of, and we got to go to the stadium while it was under construction, but the children got a lot out of it.
The hashtag I think about with Miss Apaya is Miss Worldwide. She's been a lot of different places. She has a lot of experiences. She was born in London. She taught in the UK. She taught in Dubai. She has family in India. I believe she lived in North Carolina, so she just brings a wealth of different experiences, and she brings that to our students and staff every day. And we just love her. We love her accent. We love her smile. We love her passion. We're just so thankful, and we're definitely proud of Miss Apaya.
I guess I would like my students to know that we had fun while we were learning, and mostly that there are many different ways that they can learn. And some children are musical, which I am, but some children need movement, and some children can just sit and listen very well. So I want them to remember that we had fun learning in many, many different ways.
Ms. McMullen inspires through her passion for teaching, her ability to foster curiosity in her students, and her willingness to mentor and collaborate with colleagues. She innovates by seamlessly integrating hands-on inquiry-based learning with real-world applications, making learning meaningful and engaging for young learners.
Recently, I have been blessed to be a part of a young student's journey with type 1 diabetes. My student, along with her father, wrote a book called Gia's Birthday Balancing Act, inspired by her health journey, and thanked all of her caregivers, including myself.
Nurse Nicole is the heartbeat of EELC and the district's nursing program. She provides a deep level of dedication to students and staff, making sure that all their healthcare needs are met and addressed with the most caring and compassionate approach. She cares for children as if they were her own and loves them as deeply as she would her own.
I would say I want my students to know that it's okay to make mistakes, and I hope that they learn that it's okay to make mistakes, and that's how we learn. So, you know, we're human, we're not perfect, we're gonna make those mistakes, and I want them to be comfortable making them, but also knowing that it's important to learn from those mistakes so that we don't keep repeating, you know, the same patterns.
So I think Ms. Makovic is very deliberate in everything that she does. There's never a question as to why she's doing something. She's always thought it through, whether that is running a PD for staff or just a lesson in her classroom, in her statistics classroom. Everything she does has a reason behind it.
Edison, the whole surrounding, especially Mr. Ross. When I first met him and talked to him, I knew I was home. Is where I want to be. And I love it because it's a big melting pot, you know, with all different ethnic backgrounds and everything. And it's great learning for me too, you know, to work here.
Mr. Brown spent so much time in the school moving around. He gets to know everybody. He gets to know the families, whether it's the after-school events, taking the bus with our football team, or just being in the halls, having conversations, speaking in classes, cooking the wings for all sorts of events, and just being overall a part of what makes Edison High School a positive student-centered community.
For me, when I first came to Edison, I remember just knowing that they were sort of at the forefront of special education in the public school system, and it was something that I wanted to be a part of. I knew I could learn and grow from it, and certainly was something I wanted to be on board with.
Ms. Hanson exemplifies excellence in early childhood education. She utilizes high scope to the fullest ability, incorporating it and modifying it to meet the needs of the children in her class so that they can thrive and grow every day, both academically, socially, and emotionally.
Something that they may be expected to learn may be difficult at first, but with perseverance, they can do it. I've seen them do it. They're amazing, these kids, what they can do. If you invest the time and give them the support that they need.
Denise Robbins' legacy will be one of impact and transformation. She has helped children grow to foster independence and confidence. That's something that they will carry through with them for the rest of their lives. So that is a lasting legacy. She is an important member of our school community, and she will always be part of the fabric of FDR.
I hope they remember my positivity. The world, and especially middle school, is a crazy place. And I hope that every time they walk in my room, they just remembered feeling happy and safe and, everything was going to be okay.
Mrs. Fallon's legacy will be secure in the minds and hearts of her students. I'm confident those fortunate enough to have been in her class will always be able to access the confidence she instilled in them to not only learn, but to meet whatever challenges may come their way. What a gift.
Edison is my home. My kids went through the Edison School District here, and now I get to take part of shaping the next generation here. There's something really special to be said about working in the same community that you live in. It comes full circle. I love seeing families at community events and knowing I made a difference right where it matters.
I think Miss Austin, it's all about the love and the care. Her radiance, she's just this positive ball of energy, and you feel it from the moment you walk in her presence. And the kids know how much that she loves them. It's palpable.
When I was little, I would always play teacher with my dolls and everything, and then when I did my student teaching hours, I walked down the hallway and saw the self-contained autism room, and I was just very interested in it. I kind of took it from there, and I've been in the field ever since, and it's been 11 years.
Mrs. Agustinaccio is the right person to receive our Teacher of the Year award because she fosters a sense of inclusivity, not just in our own classroom, but in everything that she does here at JMI. And she tries to bring our entire community of students, staff, and parents together.
Yeah, Edison is very special to me. That Edison, because it feels like a home to me. And Edison, I love the diversity in the Edison. And I love that how they support all the cultures and diversities in it. So, and they always come to our cultural events. They always show up. So I love it about this thing makes Edison unique.
Ms. Rizwan inspires through her compassion and relentless advocacy for students with diverse needs. Her innovative approaches implemented in the classroom, such as personalized learning plans, sensory-friendly strategies, and communication supports, enhance student engagement. She elevates the school community by fostering understanding, acceptance, and collaboration among staff, students, and families.
For as long as I could remember, I always wanted to be a teacher. I always enjoyed going to school and working with younger kids. I remember I used to go into a kindergarten class and help out when I was in the older grades. And my friends and I, we used to play school after school when we went home. My dad used to make photocopies of worksheets for us to pretend that we were taking tests.
She's constantly thinking about how to better the program, but better the school, and better the Edison community. Outside the classroom, she helps with a variety of activities, and spearheads change in this building, and is an advocate for change.
I've always enjoyed working with children, whether my own children, whether the Scouts I was a leader for. I wanted to be a part of that, helping children reach their full potential. The opportunity to be a constant source of encouragement and watch kids thrive when they feel understood and supported motivates me every day.
I think Ms. Taki will leave a really committed legacy to not only JMP but Edison as a whole. She has served in her role as a para for many years, and she's well known, and I think that she's going to leave that caring and compassionate legacy behind.
Why Edison all these years? Because I find that the people and the community is vibrant. It's filled with amazing people, and the people that I've been working with over the years have just been amazing friends. They've been so supportive. The people here have made my career what it is.
Mr. Rossi has been teaching over 20 years, and he always puts his students first.
Even after years of nominations, he only accepted to make his students proud, a true testament to his selflessness.
So I have 3 daughters that went through Edison Township schools, one with an IEP and one that were in honors classes. And I feel that Edison prepared them for college and helped my daughter with her IEP, with accommodations and modifications. I think they do a great job with all types of learners.
Ms. Chesseret is a leader who goes above and beyond and has provided excellent support to our teaching staff.
Commitment is the key to any success. I think there's always going to be ups and downs, but as long as you stay on the path that's created for you, you can find success in anything that you do.
Lauren's lasting legacy is that she allows for students to really see their true potential. They leave her classroom and they recognize that learning is a gift and it's something that will help them with their future, not only with the content area, but with their durable skills. She works with them on resilience and adaptability, instilling confidence, problem solving, critical thinking. She's just amazing. That's her lasting legacy.
Going to Edison, I had some great history teachers, both at John Adams and JP, and they just inspired me. And then I got to work with them later on, so that was cool.
John's lasting legacy will be one of passion. He has set a high standard for anybody who would take this position after him by ensuring that future generations will benefit from his hard work, from his vision for this position, and his ability to connect and inspire other people and create meaningful experiences for students is one that's going to last for a very long time.
As a child, I had to move a lot. In the moving, what became an anchor for me was what I found in each school that I went to. The sense of community, that school becomes not just a building, but an ecosystem where I was able to explore, discover, and feel that I belong.
Mrs. Vantura goes over and above in creating hands-on learning experiences. She immerses the learners into the Spanish culture and traditions.
I went to school in Edison since I've been in kindergarten, graduated from Edison, substituted Edison, teacher at Edison, so to me Edison is home. There's no place like it. I love it. As big as it is, as diverse as it is, I love it, and I think that diversity aspect is what keeps me here. It's home.
Mrs. Alsamna deserves the recognition of our ESP of the Year as she continually advocates for our students by supporting teachers and families to meet their needs. There is no request that Mrs. Alsamna does not consider as she strives to create a successful learning environment for our learners.
When I had the opportunity to apply to teach in Edison and I saw that it was at JP Stevens, I wanted to have that opportunity to impact students, and so when I saw the opportunity to work in such a district, I took it, and I'm very glad that I'm here.
Like so many teachers, Odalis has the potential to touch generations of lives because her gentle touch, her ability to inspire will have ripple effects for years that we won't even know about, but that's the amazing thing about the teaching profession.
So the lessons I hope they take away are that it's okay to fail and that you're gonna learn from those failures, and that if you surround yourself with the right people, then you're gonna be supported through those failures, because we've all been there, we've all done it, that's how we learn and grow. So those aren't necessarily things to be worried about, but they're just moments to show that you're growing up and you're learning.
Mrs. Durso Gorka was actually one of the founding members of the Learning Leader program when that started a few years ago. She worked with professional educators to lay the groundwork on what that program has actually become. Now, the membership has changed over the years, but I have to say the core focus still holds on to what she created a few years ago, and that was improving student learning achievement and engagement.
I want my students to take away curiosity, to always be curious about everything, to try to seek out, to find answers, but even once you find those answers, to ask more questions. And I want them to learn to be resilient, that the world is hard out there, and that you've got to kind of keep pushing through and just keep asking questions and keep going.
Mrs. Eng's lasting legacy will leave this school with a culture of genuine care and unwavering dedication to student success, both inside and outside the school. She will be remembered for the way she made every student feel capable and supported, pushing them to reach their fullest potential while teaching them value of kindness, perseverance, and curiosity.
Working in Edison is unique and special to me because my dad was actually a former principal years ago at Lindenau and also at Woodbrook. So even though my dad's not around today, I still feel every time I drive to school, I come to school, I always feel very connected to him.
Michelle's legacy will be one of impact and connection. She will be remembered as a teacher who not only helped students develop the love of reading, but also built meaningful relationships that fostered confidence and success. Her influence will be felt in the countless students whose lives she has touched and in the strong, united school community she has helped shape.
Actually, I was born and raised in Edison, and I actually was picked to be the first autistic teacher in the program, in the preschool program. So it kind of just fell into my lap, and I took advantage of it. And why not? I grew up here, so I figured it's the best place to be teaching. So
I believe that Mrs. Cervini will leave a lasting legacy with her students and their families because of the countless relationships that she has built. When those students walk through those doors, they know that they are truly cared for and loved throughout their day, and the family environment that she's created in her classroom.
As a para in the district, I work in self-contained autistic classroom. So throughout New Jersey, Edison provides the best service for those kids, and I feel proud to be part of it.
Miss Lodi goes above and beyond each and every day. She handles each challenge with grace. She does whatever is best for each and every student in the class and always puts their needs before her own.
A lasting value that I hope that my students take away is just to be kind. To not just tolerate what's different in them, but to be curious, accepting, and continue to be kind even in the moments when it's most difficult.
She brings learning to life with hands-on experiences, and she takes the time to foster meaningful relationships with her students, her parents, and the class community.
Edison is a good place to be, multicultural, very unique people are here, many different, and diversity is here. And on top of that, my colleague, my principal, they are very nice, and we've been together, me and my colleague, we've been together for more than 15 years now.
Not only is Shandana an amazing paraprofessional, but she is an amazing person, and everyone here at MLK knows it. And she remains humble, even though I think she really knows that she's amazing.
We've come a long way where a long time ago it's, big F's and red all over a paper, and children have been so afraid of making mistakes. And one thing that I encourage and I tell my students is that making mistakes are okay. Children make mistakes, adults make mistakes. As you make mistakes, that means that gives me something to do, and that's what my job is. And I don't want you to get things right all the time, because that's not reality.
Sophia really has a unique ability to encourage people to reach their full potential. She sets the bar very high, but she ensures that every single one of those people are able to reach that standard.
My education is in this field only. I did my bachelor's in education, master's in education. So I knew that's what I want to do. And I love working with kids and school environment.
Ms. Singh is a collaborative individual who is always willing to lend a helping hand if we need her to go into another classroom to support students, if we need her to take a student to some other area of the school. She's always willing to go and help anyone and anywhere in the school.
My 5th grade teacher from Washington School, Ms. Russell Fowler, she, when I was in that classroom was probably the first time that I really felt that everybody was included in the class, and she kind of, I felt like that was what I was meant to do, and I really never changed my mind.
By integrating strategic questioning in a thinking classroom model, Ms. Ryan empowers students to think critically and collaborate effectively. As a leader, she fosters a culture of shared learning by opening her classroom for peer observations, providing valuable opportunities for colleagues to grow. Her commitment to innovation and collaboration not only elevates her fellow educators, but also enhances our entire school community.
That I cared a lot about them and their needs, and that a lot of other people in the world will also care about them and their needs.
And if you're a good person and you're willing to seek help when it's offered to you, you can achieve great things no matter what your challenges are.
Mr. Farley brings fresh ideas, a positive attitude, unmatched work ethic that uplifts everyone around him. Whether he is supporting colleagues, advocating for students, or finding creative solutions to challenges, he makes the school a better place every day.
I'll always be their biggest fan. Sometimes it's hard to be their teacher, right? You want to teach them right from wrong. But at the end of the day, I always will love them and care about them, and they're always mine. My kids, always.
Mrs. Simos exemplifies what it means to be an outstanding teacher. Her passion, creativity, and commitment to her students and our school community make her a role model for both colleagues and young students.
Edison is so special for me because 22 years ago I heard about the Edison and I decided to move Edison because of the education for my kids. And Edison is I love it. Edison. Education is very great.
Mrs. Arshad contributes to our community in so many ways, both inside and outside of the classroom. She is adaptable in any environment and truly wants success for all students here at the school.
I think that beyond all the academics that we do, I want my students to remember the importance of showing empathy and being empathetic individuals and understanding that we all have different stories and that we don't always know what is going on with someone until we get to know them.
Samantha's absolute commitment to her students, her continuous professional growth, and her leadership in promoting inclusion truly highlight her dedication to education and the success of every student in her care. Her passion for equitable education and her pursuit of excellence make her the ideal candidate for this honor.
The lasting values that I want my students to take away is never give up. Perseverance is something that I learned, and I think that perseverance helps you overcome all your obstacles in life, and that is something I want these students to take away from.
Mrs. Deshpande goes above and beyond in supporting students, and she is patient, creative, and fully committed to their success.
Edison's special to me because of the personal connection that I have to this community. I've lived here for over 30 years, raised my family here. My 3 children went to Edison schools. I was so involved when they were there. I was, class mom, volunteering. And now that I'm working here, it feels like, full circle. I've been able to give back to the community that was so impactful to my family.
For 17 years, Mary has been the heart of special education team, bringing patience, wisdom, and a deep well of kindness to every student she works with. She has a gift, the ability to see the potential in every child and provide the support and structure they need to grow. No matter the challenge, she meets it with grace, flexibility, and a steady calm.
Just the importance of being empathetic, the importance of, even when people aren't watching, to do the right thing, to stand up for what you believe in, and that it's okay to be curious and to question things as long as you do it in a way that is respectful.
Haley is the right choice because she doesn't just do her job, she transforms it. Whether she's mentoring a new teacher, leading Rise, supporting students through STARS, or running the Warrior Wake Up News, Haley goes above and beyond in every corner of our school. Her impact is felt not just in the classroom, but throughout the entire WWMS community.
So you heard a few words repeated: empathy, kindness, resilience. The one thing that you felt was love. The love that you, as our teachers and staff, have for our students is palpable. And family and friends, this is when you get to show your love for the honorees. I will be calling up each of the honorees with their principal and vice principals if they're here. And if you would make your way to the front, this is when you get to cheer and take pictures, family, so please do. Up first, I'm going to be calling from Ben Franklin Elementary School, Miss Jennifer Wallach and Suleika Paya, with their principal, Dr. Bavir. and Assistant Principal Dan DeVanzo. Thank you. Up next, from James Madison Intermediate School, presented by Ms. Abbott Marco, is Jennifer Agostinaccio and Aisha Rizwan. From James Madison Primary School, presented by Mr. Seiler and Ms. Callahan, is Nicole Roca and Beth Talke. From James Monroe Elementary School, presented by Ms. Tafaro and Mr. Srafis, is Mr. Rossi and Dawn Cesare. From John Marshall Elementary School, presented by Ms. Hoffman, is Yocasta Ventura and Susan Elsamna. And from Lincoln Elementary School, presented by Mr. Scully and Miss Mosley Avalos, is Miss Eng and Miss Blum. From Lindenau Elementary School, presented by Mr. Platt-Voet, is Miss Servini and Sabia Lodai. From Menlo Park Elementary School, presented by Mr. Duggan, is Sophia Jennings and Monica Singh. From Martin Luther King Elementary School, I'm moving a little too quickly, apparently. Yeah. From Martin Luther King Elementary School, presented by Ms. Paparcernos and Ms. Dettelbach, is Ashley Young and Chandana Pradhan. For the gram. From Washington Elementary School, presented by Ms. Schlatter and Ms. Vu, Ms. Simos and Sajida Arshad. So far, you're winning for most paparazzi. From Woodbrook Elementary School, presented by Ms. Cirillo, is Samantha Bruno and Rashmi Deshpande. From Herbert Hoover Middle School, presented by Mr. McGrath, Jacqueline Fallon, and Suzanne Austin. And you win biggest cheering squad. And from John Adams Middle School, presented by Dr. Valentine, Lauren Lopez, and John Peach.
You're getting your steps in. Miss Danielle, you're getting your steps in. You're getting your steps in.
From Thomas Jefferson Middle School, presented by Ms. Emden, is Kelly Ryan and James Farley. Oh, Dr. Farley. Sorry. From Woodrow Wilson Middle School, presented by Ms. Blevins, is Haley Connell and Mary Sutherland. Along with Ms. Blevins is Mr. Zucchino and Ms. Menderata. From Edison High School, presented by Mr. Ross, Catherine Makovic, and Santiago Brown. And from John P. Stevens High School, presented by Dr. Kim, we have Dallas Serrano Vaca and Danielle Durso Gorka. And from EELC and FDR, presented by Dr. Tui, is Maureen McMullen, who's unable to be here tonight, Nicole Montelis, Jenny Lynn Hansen, and Denise Robbins. And with that, I do need to thank a couple people. Heather Daniels and Patrick McDonnell are responsible for the video that you saw tonight. And Kathy Orphan, my secretary, is the one who does all the logistics behind the scenes, so thank you to her too. Lastly, we know that our teachers can do their jobs because they have amazing family and friends around them, and they have awesome principals and supervisors supporting them. In the JMP courtyard, the mural that's in the far right still has a painting that my mom helped paint. She came in when I was a principal there. We know how many of you come and help set up classrooms. So you are the reason that our teachers can do it. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much, and that concludes this part of the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Guma. Well done. Well done. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Then we're going to go through our regular program. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you very much. Congratulations again. Okay. So I'm going to resume the meeting. So first, the Student Council representative, Derek.
You're up.
You're up.
Give him a hand.
Hey everyone. Last month, I said we were about to enter the busiest time of the year, and now I can say to you with a sigh of relief that we made it through. AP exams are done, seniors have chosen their colleges, and if anyone was wondering, I chose Rutgers. Shout out to any Scarlet Knights out there.
Yeah, there you go. Rutgers, there you go.
And we are 3 days away from Memorial Day weekend. Over the past month, this auditorium has been dominated by some impressive performances from groups that include our dance department, all 3 bands, guitar ensemble, jazz ensemble, and choir. And the run of concerts continues this week with Tri-M, our Music Honor Society, performing its recital yesterday, alongside our orchestra with its concert this Thursday. Next Thursday, our theater department is hosting Eagle Night Live, their spin on Saturday Night Live. So definitely make sure to check that out, especially if you enjoyed SNL's Weekend Update this past Saturday, which if you didn't see, I recommend checking out. Looking at our sports teams, Dr. Alderelli mentioned it earlier, but I have to bring it up again. The baseball team has not lost a game since May 1st, and today is May 20th. Yeah. The pitching staff throughout this run has absolutely dominated, whether it's freshman Braden Roma mowing down 10 Trojans in the quarterfinals, or junior Connor Murphy pitching a shutout over Middlesex in the quarterfinals of the GMCs. The softball and girls golf teams have also been cruising through their schedules with respective records of 14-4 and 7-1. Coming up to finish the year, the seniors are finally going to get to relax as their high school careers come to an end, as they'll watch the sunset at the beach, enjoy a barbecue, and of course celebrate at the prom. And that's all I've got. That's all I've got for you for now. So everyone have a great Memorial Day weekend. That's it.
So Derek, this is your last meeting?
I don't know. I might be at the next one. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, but whatever. You did a great job. Congratulations on going to Rutgers.
Are you?
Okay.
Thank you.
How are you?
Right. Oh yeah.
Okay. If you want to leave, you can feel free. I think it's the final week, right? So if you want to go home and do study, go ahead.
There's no studying now.
No, you still need to maintain his grade, right? Okay, thank you very much, Derek. Great job. Great job. Okay, so we don't have a JP. All right. So now we're going to go into a public hearing. I mentioned at the last meeting, we have a lease purchase of James Madison Intermediate. So JT, take it away.
Yeah, so this is part of the capital improvement projects that were passed by the board back in, I believe, March of 2022, right? So this board is continuing on with what previous boards have started. We are going to be utilizing about $10 million of our capital reserve, along with taking a short-term loan, approximately 5 years, to finance the other $10 million for this project. The project consists of a brand new gym, 10 classrooms, some renovations to the kitchen area, a much-needed expansion to that school. And it's going to be great for the students and the staff. Thanks.
Okay. Since this is a public hearing, so we're going to have public comments on this lease purchase only. Any public comments on this lease purchase? Yes. Lease purchase only.
Hello, everybody. Brian Rivera, Edison. I do have questions in regard to this, and my questions are going to be directed mostly to Mr. Toth, as he's the business administrator and is well versed on this. So last month we were at the budget meeting and we were having a discussion, and they were talking about the $16 million that we already had for JMI. And they said, hey, it's just sitting around for a rainy day. I don't believe it's for a rainy day, because right now you're looking out for a lease purchase to get this money to do so. So my question is, You took the $16 million to fund a budget that was underfunded. You needed money to do that. So my question is, it was 16 million now, you're asking for 20. You're saying that you're really borrowing 10, but then you're taking more money from capital, if I'm reading it correctly. So my question is, how much money do you have in the reserves, I guess it was, the capital reserves? How much money did you have in the health reserves? Because I don't understand, if we had the money already, the 60 million to fund it, why weren't we using that original 16 million? Didn't we have 60 million to fund JMI last year?
Mr. Shi?
Yes.
Just for the record for everybody, and I'll say it again at every public comment, that this is your time to speak. It is your time to ask questions. You can have any kind of other comments. However, the board, because of the nature of this meeting, it's public comment, there's other things that we have to do. The board may or may not answer any questions. So just FYI, Mr. Rivera and the public. And I'll make the announcement on each of the public comments. Thank you.
That's great stuff.
So John, you want to say a couple words? Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of give a brief overview.
So anyway, John, I apologize.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good, dude. I apologize if I'm asking maybe a dumb question, whatever, but I didn't sit on finance committee, so I'm just gathering what I remember, what we discussed. I'm hoping a board members up here that were in the finance committee in the past or on the board could contribute to this conversation. But go ahead, John, I apologize. I just remember we had money to do this project. I read online, oh, why are we saving this money for a rainy day? And then suddenly we're going out to get money for a project that we already had. So please enlighten us with what's going on, please.
Done with your question, so we're going to address it when you're done.
This is my time, I speak.
Okay. So
Thank you.
You done?
No, now I'm not.
No, why don't you speak? Ask your question, we'll answer it.
I know that. You keep taking time away from me. So John, I apologize again. I'm interrupted again. I apologize. But there are some aspects that people do not understand in regard to the budget that was approved, the money that was taken out of capital, money that was taken out of the reserves for health as well, the reserves for capital, some way to fund that budget, but now we're looking for money to fund projects that we have money already allocated to do. So can you please explain all of that mess? Thank you. I'll give you my 3 minutes to answer the question.
Okay, you want to address, it's a hearing.
Right, so if you look at the budget, right, the capital budget for all the projects that we're doing, right.
I posted online?
I'm sorry?
Is that posted online? Because I didn't see it.
I believe it is, yes. But in any event, so JMI, the project, hard construction cost, I remember the budget when I first got here was roughly about 18 million was what the architects gave us. That moved further north due to time value money, also inflation, to probably closer to 20.5 or 21, right? I don't want to know the exact figure till that comes back from bid on June 10th. There were some redesign costs that had to get taken care of, right? So that was additional costs for the architect. Also, we've had issues on some other projects that needed to get funded. We had a rather large change order for a project at JP a couple months ago, right? Something that had to be done, unforeseen condition in regards to the tennis court, and that's what you do. You may have money budgeted in one project, but if you have an ongoing project that needs funding because there's an unforeseen condition, and in this instance at JP that had to do with the new tennis court, it was definitely deemed emergent. Because in excavating that, I think I recall there was a court, or there was blacktop or asphalt or something further underneath, and that couldn't have been left exposed. But there's an additional cost to that, and you had to bring in additional soil. So it's not uncommon to move funds around from one project to another. Just like when a project comes back from bid and it's below your budget, right? And if it's significantly below it, you try to do more with that those capital funds, or you can deposit them back into your reserve. That being said, we're probably looking at the $20.5 to a $20.1 million project. I don't know when it comes back for bid. It could come back at 18, it could come back at 30, I have no idea. I'm only giving you my best guess. So with the funding that is there, I want to say it's about 15 that's on the books, right? Because I'm not looking at it in front of me. We are taking out some short-term financing, right, in order to bridge that, because we've had to use some of the funds that were earmarked from JMI. There were been problems with the design and getting it out to bid. It's probably been one of the longest projects that's taken to get out to bid. It's been easily over a year, and then it was supposed to come back today. It got delayed now to the 10th because of a mechanical redesign that was required by the architects. And so there's those type of issues. And every time you delay a project, it just so happens everything seems to cost more money. I don't recall too many things in the, as time goes by, costing less. It just doesn't happen that way. With that being said, the short-term financing, even like what we did with Marshall, we got great rates, right? We borrowed money at, I think, 3.2 or 3.3%. I don't have it in front of me. And, we've awarded that project, but we haven't paid out really any money on that. And I think we're earning in probably 4.5% on that money, or 4%. I don't have the number in front of me, but that's the kind of thing we're doing, smart things in terms of investing the money that we borrowed while we're waiting for the projects to progress and pay out that funding. In terms of capital, right? So capital reserve's tricky. The idea is, you're not supposed to be sitting on piles of cash, because you're supposed to be taking those reserve funds and implementing them into the district infrastructure, meaning building additions, HVAC, electrical, switchgear. That being said, we took out a rather large amount. We took out $22 million, and the balance is, I don't have it in front of me, but it's probably a little over $1 million, right? But that's not the full story, because at some point we're going to close out this year, right? And my hope is that once we get closed out and I go through audit, we're making another deposit back into this reserve. Depends when we get our audit back and they certify what we can deposit, and I think we'll know that figure in June. So, as much as you're taking money out, you're hoping to be putting money back in as well.
So it's hoping, like hopes and dreams.
Well, it's not hoping. I mean, listen, you try to plan and spend wisely, right? So that you get good deals on things. That's the idea, right? I think that putting money, right, money that you're able to reserve legally into capital that are used for the facilities, right, that our staff and students in, using that money for its legally restricted purposes is what we're supposed to be doing. If we were sitting on $60 million for 5 years, everybody out there would be up in arms, right? Because that's not what you're supposed to be doing. You're not supposed to be sitting on it. You're supposed to be spending it, right? Invest it. That's what, newsflash, school districts spend money. That's what they do. 16.8? Oh, to fund the budget. Oh, so you're talking about the fund balance, right? Yes. So 16.8, you're talking about fund balance, not project funding.
Right.
So the 16.8, that's your fund balance, right? So that came from fiscal year 24. And I think in previous years, up until this year, the designated fund balance from a subsequent year's budget, that means from 2 years ago, right, was about half of that. The reason why we have more is because the law changed 2020, 2021, right after COVID, where you're allowed to keep what's called unassigned fund balance. Unassigned fund balance was increased up to 4%. So that 4% is 4% of your expenditure. So if you do the math on that $380 million budget, 4%, about $60 million. Governor changed the law back, or the legislature, they changed the law back. I think it was in 2023, right? So through 24, we were forced to budget that delta, that additional unassigned fund balance. So, yeah, I mean, that helped close the gap, right? I mean, that's no secret. You had $22 million in cap reserve. You had about $16 million in fund balance, right? That's right there, a big component to that got you to a budget that increased, even with a reduction in state, significantly from the prior year. So I hope I kind of covered everything.
I think you did.
So the
Thank you.
16
Do we have
million,
any other comments on this hearings?
Motion to close public comment.
a rebuttal.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Roll call vote, no.
Okay. So let's.
Ms. Rivera,
Yeah.
Ms. Rivera, please sit down. No, no rebuttal.
No. No, I'm answering your question, because you're not listening to everyone else.
Okay. So now let's have no rebuttal today. So now let's have a motion to approve the lease purchase.
Motion to approve lease purchase?
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay.
President, I do have a couple of questions and comments. So I'm looking at the resolution right here, Section 3. And Section 3, quote, "The board hereby approves the total project cost of not exceeding $20 million, including $10 million available and appropriated from capital reserve, and $10 million to be financed through this lease purchase financing. There are no excess project costs." This is capping out at $20 million, but yet you can't guarantee it's going to be $20 million. Why would I vote on this?
Right. So, Mr. Lugo, if I could just respond really quickly. So what will happen is, let's say the bids come back, right, and it's in excess of $20 million. If it's 23, okay? We can hold on to the bid for 60 days legally without an award. I can come back, review the capital projects budget or funded program, not, Fund 30 budget, review that, the different projects in that area. We can choose to reduce a different project to fund above the, the 20 million with a simple board resolution. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Attorney?
So far, so good.
So that's, yeah.
But right here it's saying the board hereby approves the total project cost.
Correct. That's as it sits here. Like, we won't know the total actual cost. This is an estimated cost, right? We won't know that till the actual bids come back on June 10th.
Understood.
Which is why the paragraph says not to exceed. If it does exceed, then he'll have to, as he's explained, he'll have to come back to the
Okay.
board or pare down the project.
Okay, I'll see to that. Also, right now, if we're talking current numbers, I believe you had mentioned 23 million right now capital reserves currently, and I'm going to say it healthcare reserves. There might be a different terminology, but I'm going to just call it healthcare reserves of 4 million currently. Okay, roughly. Okay, that's what I hear. Ballpark. Okay. So from that $23 million in capital reserves, 22 million of that needs to be extracted in June, correct, to balance the budget, the proposed budget moving forward. Is that correct? Did I get that right?
That's accurate, yeah.
Okay, so that leaves us $1 million.
Give or take, yep.
Okay, simple, man. Like, you'll estimate, so 1 million. And then we have 4 currently in health, okay? I'm concerned that's dangerously low. Also, too, Section 3 states 10 million is available and appropriated from capital reserve, then 10 million will be financed. If we're taking 22 million out of the $23 million, leaving 1 million left in capital reserve, and we have 4 million left in health, where is that $10 million coming from that we're going to match to the finance 10 million? Where's that coming from? I don't understand.
Right, so out of the 22, 10 of that 22 is being allocated to JMI. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry, excuse me. That's incorrect. That is incorrect. 10 million of that is already in your capital projects budget in Fund 30. That came out when we built the fiscal year 25's budget. It's already in Fund 30. It's, sitting there waiting to be funded the other half through financing. So the 22 million is for varying projects. I think that was in the budget presentation. We went over about $6 or $7 million for air conditioning, the JMP and Washington School. There was a variety of other projects. I think $1.5 or $2 million softball field here at EHS, and so on. I mean, I can't give them you all from my head, but I could give you the list if you'd like.
Okay, that doesn't do me good since they're asking for a vote, though. And moving forward, does this impact any future budgets?
I mean, as you move forward, right, right now you have less in your reserve. You know, the goal is, you know, hopefully we get into next year, right? We're going to open up the 26 budget very shortly. Hopefully we get good bids on our projects, and also that we spend very wisely and frugally, like we always do. And when we finish up fiscal 26, we have additional funds to, you know, deposit into the capital reserve, much like at the end of 25. You know, we hope that, you know, we can deposit into the capital reserve again as we're allowed to. Is it going to be as much as in previous years? I mean, some years it's been $15 million the last, I think it was 2 years. So as much as we, you know, we take it out, we put it back in.
Right.
So, I mean, you know, it always impacts. Everything you do impacts. You know, schools spend money.
Right. Okay, but leaving 1 million and 4 million respectively available for if we have to pay out a delta, let's just say a delta payment between what is actually. What I'm saying is, God forbid we have another school fire.
Right. So if something for that instance, right, you know, you have insurance, right? That's supposed to cover that. If there is a delta between the cost of the insured value of a building and you know, the market value to rebuild, right? You'll have areas in the budget that you can tap. Yes, your reserves may be low, but you may have to short-term borrow to float that gap.
Right, and that delta would in fact come from these reserves, correct?
It could.
It can, but it doesn't have to, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just, I mean, I don't know what the, you know, we're speaking to a hypothetical projection. Let's say that number was $5 million. I'm just pulling that out of thin air, right? We needed to rebuild it, and I think this district has been through this. I knew Dan from when I first came into the industry. I believe Monroe was covered, like, you know, the cost that it was insured for, the actual value, but the rebuilding value is always more. And there was a delta, and I think the district either had a bond or short-term finance for a period of time in order to get it completed. So, I mean, those are some of the same strategies that, God forbid, something happened, right? God forbid. We don't want that to happen. We would have to look at those options, right?
Okay. Thank you for fielding those questions.
Yep.
Mr. Shea.
Yes.
The Monroe School, we asked the public for more money for that school. I mean, I am not the brightest bulb, I can tell you right now. What was just discussed is like way above my head. But the public, you know, them people out there, those people out there, you know, I'm not sure if they all understand, but, you know, not for nothing. You got this reserve and that reserve, the other reserve, and I'm a little confused, and not for nothing. My job is to see that it runs well, and I have to take and agree that the BA and the BA's people, but I'm really still confused. So on this motion, this resolution, I'm gonna have to say no, because I still don't understand. And if we can have a sidebar, or we can meet to discuss this, to explain to us, because I got this over here and this, well, I could take it out of here, but we're gonna put it over here. I gotta be honest, the public, the taxpayer, you know, them people, the people out there in the audience, I think exactly what you just got done saying. I would say 91%, and I'm just coming out of thin air, I think 91% of the people don't understand that, well, they just don't understand what you're discussing. So, what I would like to have, and I know I'm not going to get it, so I'll give you that, I would like to see you explain it to us on one of those screens and explain where the money is coming from. Is it coming from the left? Is it coming from the right? Am I picking it over here? to be perfectly honest, I think that you're a smart guy, and I think you're going to make things the right way. But I think there's people that really are still confused. You're saying one thing, and you're giving me a zero budget, and well, we could take this out of this, but people here in this audience and people, the public, I think they deserve to kind of like understand where their tax dollars are, because I got to be honest, at the end of the day, you know those people? Them people? Those people there are the ones that we have to take, and we have to satisfy them. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not satisfied right now. So to be honest, I will take and I will be voting no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? Yes, Jeannie.
I have actually a question. You know, I was worried about the reserve fund when we did the budget. You all know that. But if something happened, God forbid, to one of the schools, you know, like with James Monroe, that's covered by our risk insurance, I believe, right?
Yes.
And I remember when that school burned down very clearly that we received a check. They made a big to-do out of presenting us with that check. But that check is just to build the school as it went down. And when they rebuilt James Monroe, if you recall, you know, it did all extras and added and, you know, necessary things because, you know, let's face it, we all know we are overcrowded. And they helped, you know, build that school up to the beautiful place that it is today. You know, I do worry about the reserves, and especially going down that low. My confidence is totally in John. I know how good he is, and I know he'll do a really good job. But, you know, I do worry about it. You know, so, and I understand what Joe's saying. I think he feels that it needs to be explained a little bit more, and I don't have any problem with that. But I also understand that we do need to move forward with that project. It's been waiting in limbo now for like a year, is it?
18 months.
Well, see, it's over a year. And they need the improvements very, very badly, you know, as do most of our buildings. But I know that one has been waiting patiently for a very long time. But those are just my thoughts. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any other board members, any comments?
Mr. Shi?
Yes.
I just want to say that, again, I've been told by a few of my colleagues that we need to trust the administration. That's their job. Mr. Toth said it's okay. I'll vote yes.
Thank you. Any other board members' comments before we actually call the vote? Okay. Roll call, please.
Mr. Errico?
Yes.
Mr. Ronak Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Lugo?
No.
Ms. Anjana Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Romano?
No.
Ms. White?
Yes.
Ms. Peng?
Yes.
Mr. Vishal Patel?
Yes.
President Shea?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. So now we're going to move on to our other agenda items, because I see that we have quite a lot of people here that are coming here to talk about policies, I assume. So let's split that out. So now we have some things that we need to take care of before we get into the details of policies. So now let's open up public comments for personnel, for administration, curriculum, instruction, and pupil services, and also comments for finance. So these three: personnel, administration, curriculum, instruction, and pupil services, and finance. If anyone has any comments for these three, please step to the podium. Yes, Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Shi. I just wanted to comment on the personnel. I really appreciate, I know that a lot of people are going to speak later. It may not be in a positive mode and may have some rancor back and forth, But for me, the personnel is most important because it's the people that make this district great. And I appreciate all the people that are getting hired. I appreciate the new hires. I appreciate those people that are retiring. And I want all the people that, are watching out in television land to know that it's not just the teachers of the year, the ESP of the year. It's the teacher of every day. It's the bus driver that picks up the child. It's the security guard, the secretary, the central office staff in the back, the people on the dais that support everyone, the administrators. It's those people what makes this district great. And I appreciate you guys hiring the people that we need to be successful. And that's why Edison has one of the best education systems in the state of New Jersey. And we all know New Jersey's got the best education in the country. So I just wanted to thank you guys for all those personnel and let everybody know out there just how great all our staff is and how we always care about kids. And there's no way that you can care about kids without having a great communication with families either. So thank you, everybody on the board.
Thank you. Anybody else for these 3 items? See none, can I have a motion to close public comments?
Someone in the
Oh,
public.
I'm sorry, okay.
Just checking if it's on this time. Hey, Dr. Ellery, how are you? These questions are going to be directed to you through the chair, so I'm speaking to you. So I'm looking at the personnel, I'm looking at the change of status. Officer of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, there's going to be a change of status to a coordinator of access and engagement. So my first question, I'll give you time to write it down, is what is happening with the position of Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion? Number 2, what is coordinator of access and engagement? There's no description here of regarding what that position is. That's number 2. Number 3, you're moving this individual to this position that's not even approved yet. It's on the agenda to be approved, yet you're moving someone to that position. I don't understand that. That makes no sense. As of right now, the position doesn't exist. So let's say the board decides to say no to the position, but yes to the change. How does that even make sense? It disturbs me. Number 4, if this is a new position, shouldn't the position be posted? Isn't there equal opportunity laws and stuff like that for positions that are posted? So again, I have those 4 questions. Again, the transfer to this new position, what is happening to the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion? Number 2, what is the coordinator of access and engagement? Number 3, how are you moving someone to a position that doesn't exist? And I'll just leave you with those 3 because I want some answers. So I'm going to give Eddie my 4 minutes to answer my questions.
Alan, so I didn't raise this individual. Can I talk about them?
Can't.
No, we're taking board action.
I can talk about the position itself.
The title you can.
Sure, talk about the title. Great. Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify what I can and can't talk about in relationship to personnel. So the job description that you're referring to, coordinator of access engagement, is on the agenda. It is located as an attachment under administrative content there for the board to approve. They've had access to it. I don't know if you have a copy of it in there, but it is posted on the website, along with some additional job descriptions that would take on additional responsibilities in our accounting department also. This is not a new position. It is a change of a job title, which encompasses the exact same tenets of the Officer of Diversity, of Equity, and Inclusion. So all of those tenets still remain. We're just adding some job responsibilities to that to include more community engagement, more of a parallel between what goes on with our Director of Communications and in concert with curriculum too. So we wanted to make sure that what this individual is currently doing is the job description is more reflective of what she's currently doing.
So she's going to continue with the diversity, equity, inclusion, and just get more responsibilities?
Excuse me, there's no back and forth, sir. You know the rule. You were sitting on a board before.
Someone answer my questions for me when I sit down, please, or ask my questions. Thank you.
Your question was answered. You just don't like the answer, so you say it's not answered, but yet it was answered.
You're not
Thank
answered.
you very much. Please sit down.
Here, you can shut me up. I'm going to wait till you hit the button. This is cute.
Motion to close public comment?
I have a second?
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Take a vote.
Okay. Yeah, you wanna
Do you want to,
Do we
you
vote
have a
on it?
motion in a second. That's
Yes.
where you're at. All right, sir, we don't have back and forth. I do not want to have a meeting that's going to become raucous, please. You had an opportunity for public comment. No one else stood up. There was a motion. No one stood up. There was a second. No one stood up. So now on the floor is a motion and second. We are required by rule to have a vote to close public comment. That's what's on the agenda. If one of the board members and it's voted on to reopen public comment, that would be a different story. But right now, this board can only move and only move the motion that's on the floor.
Okay.
Mr. Toth?
Do we need a
So,
roll?
so can I make a motion to reopen public comments, please, in case there's anybody else?
No.
We have a motion second. We have to, before you reopen, you'd have to actually close it. So there's a motion on the floor. It's not really a superseding motion because your motion to reopen public comment would be such that public comment was actually closed. Hasn't been closed yet. So let's close it, and then you can make your motion, sir. Then that becomes a superseding motion.
Fair.
Okay, so.
Roll call, please.
You don't necessarily need a roll call.
No, you can do a voice vote.
But you
Oh,
need
okay.
to-
Voice
I
vote's
just
good.
need to get it done.
Okay,
we can move
so
on.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Any
Against?
opposed?
No?
Can we have a motion, excuse
Hold
me?
on,
No, no, no.
Mr.
Can
Romano.
we have
Vote
everyone
first.
to vote yes or no? I would like to
Okay,
see.
Oh, you're asking for roll call?
Yeah.
You should
I'm
do a roll
sorry,
call.
sir, I
Do a
didn't-
roll call.
Okay, do a roll call. Joe?
We're going to roll call.
Yeah, do a roll call.
Here we go. Mr. Errico.
Yes.
Mr. Ronak Patel.
Yes.
Mr. Lugo.
What is this roll call for? I'm
To
confused.
close public comment.
I believe it's to close public comment.
Excuse me.
It's to close public comment. Mr. Romano asked not to have it as a voice vote, but to have it as a roll call. That's all.
So this is
You
a
haven't
motion
lost
to
anything.
close public comment?
Right, you haven't lost any ability to make a motion.
No.
Noted. Ms. Anjana Patel.
Yes.
Mr. Romano.
No.
Ms. White.
I'm going to say no because I don't think they were done yet.
Ms. Peng.
Yes.
Mr. Vishal Patel.
Yes.
President Xi.
Yes. Please,
Folks,
when you talk, we respect you. We let you talk, we don't interrupt you. So I ask the same respect back. Please.
sir,
Ex-
please, everybody.
Excuse me. Excuse me, Andy. Andy, excuse me. Excuse me.
You're not, you're a member of the public. Yeah, so there, you don't have a say in the.
Andy, please, sit down. Please sit down. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
But
Yes, I would like to make a motion to reopen public comments because that abruptness was a huge insult to the people who came here and sat in the audience tonight.
Mr. Lugo, if I
I
may.
would like to make a
On
motion to
resolution item, folks, on resolution items only.
Okay, when can I reopen this?
Yeah, no, so, reopen public comment for resolution items only, because that's the only
Oh.
thing that was on.
For
Yeah,
personnel,
for resolution items only, yes.
for personnel, administration, curriculum, instruction, pupil services,
Yes.
and finance.
Yes, for everything
Those
it
are the
was,
three items.
for all those things it was just closed for, I'd like to make a motion to reopen it for the public so they have an opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to second that.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Errico.
Oh.
Mr. Ronak Patel.
No.
Mr. Lugo.
Yes.
Ms. Anjana Patel.
No.
Mr. Romano.
It's a motion to reopen, Mr. Romano.
Yes, open.
Ms. White.
Yes.
Ms. Peng.
Nope.
Mr. Vishal Patel.
Nope.
President Xi.
No.
Motion carries. Oh, I'm sorry, it doesn't carry. Sorry about that.
All right, so can I have a motion to approve personnel?
Motion.
Second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Erico and Mrs. Penn. Roll call, please.
Mr. Erico.
Yes.
Mr. Ronak Patel.
Yes.
Mr. Lugo.
Personnel, yes.
Ms. Anjana Patel.
Yes.
Mr. Romano.
Yes.
Ms. White.
Yes.
Ms. Peng.
Yes.
Mr. Vishal Patel.
Yes.
President Shi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
So motion to approve administration, curriculum, and curriculum instruction, and pupil special services. Can I have a motion on that?
I move that we accept it.
Okay. Mrs. White, do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, Ronak Patel. Roll call, please.
Mr. Erico.
Yes.
Mr. Ronak Patel.
Yes.
Mr. Lugo.
Yes.
Ms. Anjana Patel.
Yes.
Mr. Romano.
Yes.
Ms. White.
Yes.
Ms. Peng.
Yes.
Mr. Vishal Patel.
Yes.
President Shi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Can I have a motion to approve finance?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Ralph and Vishal Patel. Roll call, please.
Mr. Erico.
Yes.
Mr. Ronak Patel.
Yes.
Mr. Lugo.
Yes, with some exceptions. It would be a no on the bills list. It would also be no under Section C, contract awards for Machios for food service. No is for me.
Noted. Ms. Anjana Patel.
Yes.
Mr. Romano.
No.
Ms. White.
Yes.
Ms. Peng.
Yes.
Mr. Vishal Patel.
Yes.
President Shi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. So now we're going to open public comments for policies. So Alan, you want to have something to say?
Well,
I guess not.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever you just said.
All right, if I may, so we can have some order. I appreciate everyone already lining up. That's great. I appreciate it. Again, this is public participation. It is your time to speak. It is not a question and answer period. It is your time to have your voice heard by this board and the superintendent and the administration who's in the audience. So please use your time wisely. We will not tell you how to use your time. Please, no derogatory, defamatory, insulting language. Speak clearly, name and town, and you'll have your 6 minutes. The board may or may not, at the conclusion of public comment, address any of your questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you want to make any statements before?
Yeah, so before we open up public comments, I have a statement I'd like to make. So there seems to be some confusion regarding policy 5756. So let me make a moment to clarify. Repealing policy 5756 does not mean that school staff will be required to inform parents. At no point will staff be forced to contact parents. Instead, removing the policy allows educators the flexibility to handle each situation thoughtfully on a case-by-case basis. When a student feels safe enough to share their identity or request a name change with a trust staff member, that trust should also include confidence that the staff member will act in the student's best interests, including making a professional judgment not to inform parents when appropriate. On the other hand, if a student doesn't trust school staff, they are unlikely to share that information at all. In either case, repeating the policy puts decision-making back in the hands of educators who are closest to the students and are best positioned to protect and support them, not to harm them. It is also important to note that repeating policy 5756 does not remove protections for students. Those who would have been protected under policy 5756 will still receive the same, let me repeat, the same legal and policy protections under several other existing district policies. Policy 5750, equal education opportunity, guarantees all students equitable access to education in accordance with the law. Policy 1140, affirmative action program, provides affirmative action protection throughout the school district. Policy 5700, pupils' rights, safeguards each student's rights to education and citizenship. Policy 5512, harassment, intimidation, or bullying, strictly prohibits harassment, intimidation, or bullying of any student. In addition to these district policies, the school system is fully bound by state and federal anti-discrimination laws, including Title IX, which prohibits sex-based discrimination in any federally funded educational programs or activities. Finally, in accordance with the law, the superintendent has the authority to implement any procedures necessary to protect the safety and well-being of all students. With that said, I'm going to open up public comments. I see some young students in the audience. If you guys want to go ahead, please, start first, because you might need to go home for homework or whatever. And any of the seniors who wants to start, if you want to go leave early, please step up and you can go first. Yes.
Hello, my name is Camille Silva, resident of North Edison, student of J.P. Stevens, and local trans girl speaking against the abolishment of policy 5756. There are not enough words in the English dictionary to describe the sheer anger I feel in this moment, because frankly, I shouldn't be here. I should be at home studying for the math test I have next week. I should be doing teenage things like graffiti or whatever kids my age do. I don't know.
Please excuse me, please.
But now I am standing in an auditorium trying to defend my right to go to the bathroom and defending my friends from having their private information told to parents who very likely could kick them out. I have a strange feeling that today, the exact same topics will be covered as were on Thursday. And frankly, I don't think half of you will listen to it, especially a few of the Board of Ed members who, for the entirety of Thursday's meeting, were distracted with other matters, such as their phones. Now, that was disrespectful to an absurd degree, but I do understand to some extent because as humans, the hardest thing we can do is changing our minds. And I know that sounds preachy and like high horse-esque, but hear me out for 1 second. We have a tendency to choose a side and think to ourselves, oh, I don't need to listen to the other person. I know, I'm right. I've done the same thing in a myriad of matters I was embarrassingly wrong about. So tonight, I ask that just this once, you listen. You don't have to agree. You don't have to like me. Just listen. Please. To get started, I'll just run through the same things I did last meeting. So I transitioned roughly 3 years ago, midway through 7th grade. The reception was mixed. A lot of people did not care. Some were proud. Others just asked a lot of uncomfortable questions. So nice advice for somebody you're meeting, don't ask about somebody's genitals 5 minutes after meeting them, please. It's not a nice topic of conversation. You'd be surprised or horrified to know how often that happens. Some often asked questions. 1, how do you know you're a girl? If you were a woman your entire life, identified as you're a woman entire life, and then somebody called you man, it'd feel a bit grating, a bit weird. I feel the same way. Second of all, did you get the surgery? No, I'm 16. No, that doesn't happen, sorry. Why do you want to go to the women's bathrooms? I don't understand the confusion with this one, so I'm gonna put it in as simple words as possible. Girls go to the girls' room. Men go to the girls' room. Girls don't usually go to the men's room, so I don't want to go to the men's room. And on the topic of bathrooms, I could speak about how uncomfortable and awful it would be for me to step foot into a men's bathroom, but let's be realistic here, you don't care about that. So let's talk other people. Even if you don't think me to be a girl, the people of my grade have long since accepted that. So it would not just be uncomfortable for me, but all the men in that bathroom. And I've heard suggestions, why don't trans people just go to the gender-neutral bathroom? You've seen how big these schools are. You think people are going to stop learning and then just walk all the way there? And it doesn't take a genius to realize that just isn't practical. How much time do I have left? Okay. I want to speak about a few more things, but I'm running low on time, so I'll just skip to the big issue. Parents' rights. Now I know how you feel. You love your child. You care about your child. You want to be active in your child's life. And you can't imagine the concept that your child could be keeping secrets from you. Here's the thing. Sometimes you just need to give people space. If your child trusts you, they will eventually come out, as I did with my family. Forcing that prematurely only strains relationships. If I was outed before I was ready, my relationship with my family wouldn't get better. I would resent them for this lack of privacy and feel utterly exposed. Teenagers have secrets. This is a fact we have to learn to live with. Because trying to pry them open with a crowbar isn't a good way to build trust. To use myself as an example, did I tell my parents instantly about me being trans? No, I need to figure things out for myself. I need time to experiment. But now, we're closer than ever. Tell them practically everything that happens in my life. Deeply personal stuff, petty school trauma. Not trauma, drama. This bill doesn't sever connections between families, it protects them. But all this assumes you have a good set of parents, ones who will love you unconditionally, be with you through thick and thin. If somebody has abusive parents, though, abolishing this could ruin lives. Sure, some teachers might not tell, it's up to the teacher and the person. We don't know for sure. Abolishing this could ruin lives. And I know you think I'm exaggerating. These are people, not lines on a graph, not numbers in a statistic. I know at least 2 people who could get physically or emotionally abused as a result of this. And if you vote to abolish this policy, I hope you know that this could be blood on your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since we have a lot of people today, I just want to make sure that I said on Thursday's meeting, I used to be very relaxed on the 6-minute rule, but I am going to strictly enforce the 6-minute rule because we have a lot of people going to speak. We want to let everyone speak, and especially our students. I don't want to go home very late. Do we have any other students who want to go first? Any other students who want to go first? Okay, see none? Yes, sir.
Just a second, sorry. The Reverend Freddie Paiva, resident of Edison, New Jersey. Is there anything else I needed to?
No.
No, sir,
okay,
you're
thank
fine.
you. So, I am here to speak against this policy 5756 because for a number of reasons. I'll start with I love Edison, New Jersey, and one of the things that I was drawn to when I was called to serve this community was the diversity and inclusion that exists within it. There are multiple cultures coming together and expressing and enjoying what makes them diverse and different. I love that about Edison. I love all the things we celebrate. It's something we celebrated in this video that we watched before our meeting, at the beginning of this meeting tonight. What I see a lot of diversity and inclusion and talking about how much we love one another, yet I see nothing in abolishing this policy that supports that. Most reputable peer-reviewed studies support that queer and trans children who are supported are less likely to consider suicide and have better educational outcomes because they aren't dealing with the additional stressors of their identity on top of the difficulty of adolescence. The policies that were in what you are planning to abolish were thoughtfully considered by top education and childhood professionals, and these were determined to be the best practices for children in these populations. Our job as community members, as leaders, as teachers in this school, and as board members is to help our children grow into the adults they were meant to be in all of their diverse creation. Why would we remove something that would ensure they are given what they need to grow into their full selves? I was a kid who expressed his gender non-conformingly even as a teenager. And I give thanks that I had teachers and spaces where I could be my full and honest self and be safe and protected. I see nothing, I heard some sentiment that by repealing this, there will still be protections. Well, then what is the purpose of repealing this? Overturning these policies would make growing up even harder than it has to be for these children. Overturning these policies would force children to hide what they contribute to the great diversity of this community. Overturning these policies would say peer-reviewed research can be ignored even if you don't like its results. Overturning these policies would do damage to children, to the underserved, and to loving one another as we have been loved. All things because I was told religious arguments were used in the decision for this. All things Christ himself valued as most important in Holy Scripture. I pray and I hope that you will make the right choice so that all of our children can grow up into the wonderful adults that they were meant to be, and that none of them will have to face the things that this student was thankfully confident enough to share with all of us. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Sona?
Hello, my name is Sona Baker. I live in Edison. I have 2 children, one of whom attends James Monroe Elementary School, and one who will attend Edison Public Schools in the future. I obviously care very deeply for my own kids, as I'm sure anyone who has kids here does, and I also care very deeply for all kids, whether they live lives that are similar to my own or lives that are very different. Kids deserve to exist as who they are, be affirmed in their identities, and be protected from any who wish harm upon them. Right now, I am very, very concerned because I feel like those of you up on the stage who do support repealing policy 5756 want to do this because you do not want to protect the trans, non-binary, queer, or questioning students who attend Edison Public Schools. I feel this way not just because of the fact that you want to repeal this policy, but also because I have heard members of this very board sitting on this stage refuse to view the feelings of trans students as valid, spread misinformation about what schools are able to share with parents. You know, I heard at the start of this public hearing, you ask us to not use derogatory language here. When I, in conversations with members of you sitting up there right now, have heard some of you continue to use offensive language and incorrect language when referring to trans individuals. Repealing this policy does not help a single person. There are no instances or examples of this policy harming any students. Repealing this policy does not change the fact that students still must follow anti-discrimination laws, as you said earlier, Jerry. All it does do, though, is signal to the kids who live in Edison and who go to school in Edison that their safety, well-being, and lives do not matter if they are different than you. Repealing this policy will create confusion for schools and teachers on how to handle situations. That is the whole reason why this policy was implemented in the first place. We heard the beautiful video earlier from our amazing teachers saying that they support all of our very diverse students. They want their students to feel safe and loved and accepted, and they want their students to be kind to all people. There are kids, whether you or I know or not, that are trans, that are queer, that are non-binary, that are questioning their identities right now. Why don't you care about those students' feelings? What about the lovely student who spoke just a few minutes ago? What about the students who spoke last Thursday? What about the students who spoke last October? Why are you not listening to their experiences and their lived lives? You should be listening to those people the most. They are the people who will be most impacted by repealing this policy. I've also heard from several board members that this is being brought up now because it was a campaign promise and that this is what parents want. In particular, this is what many Asian parents in our community want. I am an Asian parent as well, and not a single parent that I have spoken to of any ethnicity agrees with repealing this policy. I also attended the Parent Pulse meetings recently, and during those meetings, which were intentionally for parent outreach, not a single parent brought up any concerns about bathrooms, about locker rooms, about participation in sports. In fact, many parents talked about how much they appreciate the diversity and inclusion in Edison schools, which repealing this policy would only decrease. We actually talked a lot during that meeting about mental health of kids and how that is a concern for a lot of parents. Repealing this policy will only serve to hurt kids who are already the most vulnerable. Peer-reviewed research studies from the Trevor Project have shown that when anti-trans policies are enacted or when protections for trans or non-binary students are lifted, there is an increase of 72% in suicidal thoughts for them, which is the highest, with the highest increase seen in children under the age of 18, which include the children who go to Edison public schools. Why would any of you want to contribute to that? And on that note, though, I do want to thank the three of you who last week did not want to repeal this policy. Thank you for standing up for our students and for what is right. I hope that you again today vote to keep this policy. For those who voted to repeal this policy last week, I truly, genuinely ask each of you to consider this with your humanity, with all students' actual safety at the forefront. Please listen to the kids who have spoken. Please listen to the people who will continue to speak after me. Please show care for all of our students in Edison and do not vote to repeal this policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Harvey Cottrell. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and a trauma specialist. I have patients that are adolescents in your community. I have families in your community that I work with as well.
You're from Edison?
I am not from Edison.
We need your town, sir. That's all we need.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you. I'm from Union Beach. I worship in Metuchen, and I'm here speaking on behalf of some of the people that I represent as patients. In addition to having a master's in social work and clinical social work specifically with children and families, I have a master's degree in child education and policy, child welfare education and policy, adolescent advocacy. I also am ABD and a PhD in integrative social work focused on this matter. The peer-reviewed studies from the National Institute of Health, from the World Health Organization, and from the Academy of American Pediatrics are all conclusive. They don't diverge. They are uniform. This policy that you are seeking to abolish, I respect and I truly understand where you're coming from by naming all of the other policies that you think will serve as checks and balances. The fact is, those policies existed prior to this policy and they didn't work, okay? As a mental health expert, as someone who's worked for child welfare agencies in this state for many years, as someone who's been an expert witness for the Monmouth County court system for children and families, and for the Ocean County court system for mental health awareness, I can tell you that this policy, as it's in place now, is there because educators, as wonderful as they are, and I'm truly privileged to see the video and representation of your educators, by far top-notch. But they are not qualified to make mental health decisions. That is outside of the scope of their practice, okay? I don't think any one of you sitting up there right now is a villain. I don't think any one of you up there right now in your mind and heart thinks you're hurting or want to hurt the children that you represent and the families you represent. But the fact is, and I'm telling you based on my expert experience, repealing this policy will do that. You will have parents who might abuse their children. I've seen it. You may have children that commit suicide. I've seen it. You don't have to agree with children who are transgender. That's okay. They don't need you to agree. They need you to affirm the laws of this state and to keep this policy in place, to protect them in their schools and make them feel safe. If their families were safe people, they would not hide their identity from their families. Sometimes their families are safe people, but they need time, as the first student who spoke said, to process this. And they do that amongst their peers, which is developmentally appropriate for teenagers. I understand your inclination for parents' rights. I get that. I'm a parent too. I have a 9-year-old son. But students' rights are also precedent, right? Our children, whether we like it or not, may diverge from what we think about, what we believe in. We hope that doesn't happen sometimes, but it does. Our children may be born in ways that we didn't anticipate, okay? But that happens whether we like it or we don't like it. Those of you on this board that support personal liberty would support keeping this policy in place and not repealing it. I'm aware of my time, and I'm aware that I am not from Edison, so I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Oh, good evening, everyone.
Name and town.
Name and town, sir.
Name and town, okay. My name is Yoshi. I am from Princeton, New Jersey. Yes, I'm not a resident of Edison, but this issue matters deeply to me because I do believe that this transgender guidance, the 5756, is very important because it is helping the educators, the schools, to be able to talk about these things and know how to address this issue and, you know, provide the guidance that they need in order to guide up the next generation, bring up the next generation is critically important. I think like the idea of the public education, a free education is like, had been, very revolutionary. And this is why I think that this is one of those very wonderful characteristics about living here in the United States. Like not every country you have, free compulsory education. Sometimes it only stops at like the grade 6 or even lower than that, right? And now we also have the idea of like the pre-K education. Abolishing this would basically send this policy back into the closet, like kind of like literally. So it's going to collect dust. Educator be like, hey, like we have this transgender. Well, we don't talk about that. You can go find it yourself, and they'd be at a loss. And the idea that you can just say like, oh, we have these other things protecting the students. Well, I hope you think that you have an omniscient eye to be able to follow your student 24/7 and to be able to protect them at every turn. That like you are, I don't know, just an omnipotent God. It's not possible. Also, like students, our lives are not just their parents and their educators and the administrators. They're also their friends, their peers. Like those are also universes. And when you send this policy back to the past, like to pretend that transgender don't exist, you are creating a context for disaster. Because like when these students who are transgender feel unsupported, feel lost, feel that there's something wrong with them, they develop mental health issues, they develop suicidal ideation, they withdraw into themselves, and when those lives like literally disappear, whether into their own selves, into their rooms, they don't want to go to school, or maybe they just gone from this Earth altogether, it has a blast radius. It affects those who are friends, are their peers, their classmates, their educators, their administrators, and you're going to wondering like what you could have done differently to not lose that life. And that life loss would have further, like collateral damage. Like other people will also wonder, like, am I going to be protected with the things I'm trying, I'm experimenting, like trying to, get through this world. And people are going to have survivor's guilt, and then they will also, develop mental health issues. They will develop suicidal ideation. You're going to end up with a very ill, not well-adjusted, maybe even violent context. And I don't think that's the kind of world we want to bring up. So, in conclusion, I do hope you who had voted to abolish this 5756 before will think seriously about your vote and change your vote to keep policy 5756. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to have an announcement that the person in yellow shirt, you'll be the last one. We're going to take a break, then we're going to come back. Okay? Don't need to stand anymore. We're going to, after you, yes, we're going to take a break and we'll come back. Everyone will have a chance to speak. Everyone will have a chance to speak. We're going to be here all night. So, we're going to come back with a break. So just stand in line and you can keep continue. Yes, go ahead.
Hey, my name is Vivi Goyle. I live in Metuchen, New Jersey. So my name is Vivi, and I'm the proud parent of a thriving transgender child.
Get closer to the microphone, please.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, good. Thank you.
My name is Vivi, and I'm the proud parent of a thriving transgender child. We were fortunate that our son came out to us first. But it wasn't simply because we were his parents. It was because through our words and our actions, we had created a home rooted in trust, acceptance, and love. We gave him the space to tell his story, and with that confidence, he came out to his grandmother, his dadima, I'm Indian, who embraced him with open arms. Today, she is his biggest champion. Her unconditional love set the tone for our extended family. We have a very large Indian family here in New Jersey, and showed them that he is still the same bright, compassionate kid that he's always been. But let me be honest, even with all the love we have for our son, we made a ton of mistakes. We said the wrong things. We stumbled, we learned, and we're still learning now, almost 3 years after he came out. And that's why it's so important to give kids the opportunity to come out on their own terms when they are ready, in the way that they feel safe. Because even the most loving parents can unintentionally cause harm if their child isn't ready and if they don't have the space to lead with their truth. So that's why Policy 5756 protects. It ensures that students, especially trans students, can explore and express their identities in a school environment that is affirming and secure. For some kids, school is the only safe place they have. Repealing this policy would take that away. Even for our family, Policy 5756 has been essential. When my son came out and started using a new name and new pronouns in middle school, his principal approached him with care and understanding. She asked him, how she could support him and how the school could support him. Teachers respected his privacy while affirming his identity, allowing him to share his story on his own terms. As a parent, I couldn't have asked for a more thoughtful and inclusive response. I am so thankful for that principal and those teachers. Now, I understand the instinct to want to protect your child and want to know what's happening in their life. I am also an Asian parent, and I understand, like many Asian parents, that we want to know what's going on with our kids. But I ask you to consider what true protection looks like. Sometimes it means giving your child the space to come to you when they are ready. That's what Policy 5756 allows. It doesn't shut out the parents. It builds a foundation of trust that helps students find their voice and their confidence without fear. So I want to actually talk a little bit about the children. We did hear from one wonderful student. For my son, coming out on his own terms gave him a sense of control, pride, and power. He now uses that to advocate for others. These are the kids we should be listening to. They are not a threat. They are future doctors, engineers, artists, and leaders. Being trans is just one part of who they are, and we should support them as educators and people who are leading them in this Board of Ed. So to the Board of Education, upholding Policy 5756 sends a clear and powerful message to all students that they are seen, heard, and valued. It shows that their school is a place where they can be their authentic selves, and they can be, and that's what truly empowers young people to thrive emotionally, socially, and academically. So in my last few minutes, I just want to read a brief statement from my son, who is a high schooler. My name is Shaylin, and I'm a freshman in high school. I love playing soccer, singing, and building robots. I could go on for days about Marvel movies and Shakespeare, and I happen to be trans. As far back as I can remember, I knew I was a boy. It wasn't something that you had to be told. You just knew, like your favorite food or your favorite song. Before I came out, I always tried to figure out what was wrong with me, why I was so different from what I was told and what I was supposed to be, and how I was supposed to feel. Every time I looked in the mirror, it was another person, a costume staring back at me. I felt alone and different, but that all changed when I got to 6th grade and we read a book about a 4th grade trans girl on her journey to coming out. Everything that she described in that book matched my own feelings, and the joy she felt when she came out was what I dreamed of feeling one day. I finally realized I wasn't alone, and I wasn't wrong, and now I had a word to describe who I had always been. I was a trans person that had so many people who would love me no matter what, and so I came out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Aurora.
Good evening. My name is Aruna Rao. I'm an Edison resident. I am the parent of a transgender son who is an Edison alumni and the founder of Desi Rainbow Parents and Allies, a national organization that provides support, education, and advocacy for LGBTQ South Asians and for their families. So I'd like to ask the board members here who are planning to repeal Policy 5756. Have you talked to families with transgender children? You just heard from Vidhi, and you're going to hear from more parents as we come along. So why is it that all the parents of transgender children are in support of this policy, which you want to repeal because you believe that parents want to know, parents want the school to tell the child to be outed to their parents by the school? So here's the thing. I don't know how many of you actually know trans people. Jerry, I know you know a trans person. My son, who went to school with your daughter, a wonderful child. They essentially were together in band. My husband volunteered with you in marching band. So you're very well aware of like what my son was like. But here's the thing, right? Neither one of us knew that my son was trans at that time. right? And the main reason that he did not want to tell anybody was because he was very sure from all the experience he had with family, with community, that being an out trans person in high school in Edison back in 2014, 2015 was not safe for him. He knew for a fact that it was not safe for him. I am a very loving parent. I'm a very supportive parent. He came from a family that loved him unconditionally, but he did not feel safe. And that's the whole thing about these children. You want parents to know about the child's identity before the child is ready to tell them. And that is a matter of personal safety. My son waited until he felt emotionally, physically, financially safe before he could come out to his own family. And that's the grace we need to give all these children. So one of the things that I have been thinking about a lot is that I submitted a letter actually to the board already about the mental health data that really shows that the rates of homelessness, mental health disorders including depression, suicidal ideation, suicide attempts, suicide completions, all rise when trans children feel unsupported. This is common knowledge. There's a lot of research out there, there's a lot of data out there, and anybody you ask will give you that. Another thing that this board needs to think about as representing a township with a huge Asian American and Indian American population. Asian American and Indian American LGBTQ children are at far greater risk of mental health issues, of suicide, because of the fact that they are unsupported both in their family and their community. And I say this very bluntly. When I tell someone, an Asian or an Indian American person, that my child is trans, I usually get shock or I get pity. We don't get a lot of support for trans identities in the AAPI community. So our children, the township is over 50% Asian. Our children are at far greater risk than the average student. So over a decade after my son graduated from high school, Edison schools have progressed under the guidance with Policy 5756. There is a much safer space for transgender students now than when my son was in school. But the board's decision to repeal this policy is really essentially going to make trans students feel that they are under attack from people in power, people in positions of power. And that's a message you're sending by repealing the policy. I know you talked about the fact that repealing the policy does not absolve the school of all the responsibilities that you still have to protect a student. Then why repeal the policy? What is the point? The policy provides guidance. School staff are not superhuman. They don't understand and know everything there is to know about how to protect a trans student's rights. So repealing this policy pushes them out into the unknown. You are essentially looking at a situation where the school district is going to be subject to legal action. And if, God forbid, the very worst happens, a child attempts to take their life, that will also be on your hands. So I don't have much time. I did want to spend a little time talking about the Asian perspective on LGBTQ issues and particularly trans issues. But I just want to underline that this assumption that being trans is new, it's something special, it's only happening now, is completely untrue. Trans people have existed forever in every culture, every country. Our children are merely this new generation of folks who are able to come out much earlier in life and to have some protections in place, like Policy 5756. So I really urge you, if you care about these kids, if you care about these kids' futures, as Vidhi pointed out, our children are not just trans. They are many things. They are talented, they're skilled, they're people who can do a lot of things. So let's not just focus on their trans identities and give them the safety to become the people that they want to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Aurora.
Hello, can you guys hear me through this?
Yeah, you
All
can
right.
move it up. You don't have to bend.
Never know. My name is Jake. I'm a Kendall Park or South Brunswick resident.
Move it up.
But I went to Middlesex over here, and I have a lot of friends from here, and am a Rutgers psychology graduate. So to say that this is a little near and dear to my heart, I think is a bit of an understatement. There was a lot that I've been thinking about as so many wonderful speakers and I guess victims, or maybe even to be victims, have come up here and said. And even before this discussion, the activity of the board beforehand has painted a picture for me. Through people who've come up beforehand, the other topics discussed, DEI, I know we're not trying to get into other discussions, but the response, the behavior from the board didn't seem to answer questions. It didn't seem to assuade or inform the people most affected. When I'm here, thank you, by the way, for the announcement in the beginning. That did actually clear some things up. And one of the other members, I think he was the clinical practice professor in the back somewhere, he was saying that he doesn't think ill or evil of you. I can never know. I do not know what's going on in your heads. I'm forced to judge you by your actions. And when I see a policy where, from a recent psychology graduate, where we are book burned looking at this, and I go, yeah, that looks good, that looks good, that looks good. This is what we were taught. This is what every educator and school counselor in the state is saying verbatim. And all of a sudden you take it away, you don't revise it. How are we, the public, supposed to think about that? And whenever it's brought up, things tend to be dismissed or sort of pushed back. It just doesn't really make much sense to me. And from some of the people who've been speaking before, this would be a threat to them, in the sense, for what many have said, that there isn't a boundary, there isn't a space for these kids to figure things out on their own. You never know how a parent or a family is going to respond to something like this. And not even just for trans. A lot of people here are also queer and allies. What about in that perspective, right? What if somebody comes out as gay to their parents? And you don't know that kind of response. If that was given the same treatment as, oh, an educator now has the ability to disclose that to a parent when they don't fully know what that response would be, that is, in effect, putting that child in danger. For the comments on DEI, which wasn't really brought up beforehand, I have an autistic brother, so I've seen that system at work, and he's doing lovely today. I just wonder when all of a sudden these things are said, hey, we're gonna change this thing that's been working forever. Don't ask about it. Don't look into it. We're sure it's fine. And if you go and talk about it, the man in the brown coat, wherever he ran off to, for his statements aside, it's more about the principle, right? So I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt here. I'm trying to understand. And what I'm thinking about is, in the beginning, we were talking about costs, we were talking about inclusion. I'm thinking, okay, this is the ideal. This is what New Jersey is supposed to represent. A school where everybody is intersectionally represented and standing together side by side. And it seems that all of you cherish that. So why is this being removed, abolished, and not revised? The big thing that nobody also is bringing up, no offense to anybody here, but it's an interesting point, this costs nothing. This costs nothing to you to remove. It's already in place. You seem to have the resources to support it. This seems to be supported throughout the state, which is unfortunately uncommon compared to a lot of other states. But it just seems very out of the blue, all of a sudden, to remove this well-detailed and well-defined policy that doesn't harm you in any way and actually benefits hundreds, if not thousands, of kids. So all I guess I have to ask is why. And I know this is not a back and forth, unfortunately, but I would also like to have something like that, I guess, in the future, because I don't know if some of you can see this kind of disconnect. I don't mind polite back and forth, but it doesn't even seem like we tend to get that. What's the point of a hearing conference if you don't hear us? And also, thank you to some of the people in the front. I can't really see because the light is kind of glaring on some of your names, but the man in the orange shirt, you all the way in the right, and you over there, miss, in the purple top, looks lovely, by the way. When motions on opening back to the public for us to speak. You know, you were some of the only people who stood up and adamantly said, no, open this back up. What the hell are you doing? I can't believe how much that brought me to tears to see people still being that supportive. So I thank you three specifically. And I really, really hope this board considers everything that people have said here today and more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Isabella Patrone Black from Milltown, New Jersey. Some of you may remember my mother from last week who brought up her queer daughter who she was fortunate enough to have come out to her. Hello, that's me. I may not be trans myself, but I have several trans friends who are incredibly dear to me, and I can tell you, I have seen firsthand how those who have supportive parents and those who do not are treated, and how it affects them. When I was in high school, one of my best friends was just coming out as trans, and his parents, not as accepted. He was often misgendered, misnamed when I was around his parents, because in their defense, they were still trying to figure things out. But it did a number on him. He was anxious, depressed, and unable to participate in much of school. Now that he has been more supported, he is the happiest I've ever seen him, the light in his eyes, the ability that he has to go to other functions and just have fun on the outside of the world. Now, you may think that, well, if this support is so great, then parents should be made aware of their kid's status. But as we know, not all parents are this receptive and supportive. And children know that. For example, 67% of queer youth have heard parents make negative statements about queer people. And 48% say that these comments make them feel bad about their identity. Additionally, queer youth are 120% more likely to be homeless, and 40% of homeless youth are queer, with the cited possibility of them being kicked out of the home due to unsupportive parents. If you make it so that the parents can know about their identity before the students feel safe enough to let their parents know, you are sentencing some students to homelessness, mental illness, as other people have said, and potentially attempted suicide. I have had trans friends who have been hospitalized for suicidal attempts, probably in part due to an unsupportive family. I do not want any other trans people to be hospitalized for that. And so, I urge you, listen to what all of us are saying, or there will be blood on your hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Cedar Schwab. My pronouns are he, him. I live in South Brunswick, and I am a high school science teacher in Franklin Township.
I need a hometown.
Franklin.
South Brunswick.
Thank you, sorry.
As a closeted trans teenager in the early 2000s, I had significant mental health issues. My freshman year of high school was repeatedly interrupted by hospitalizations. If I had been able to live as a young man back then, my quality of life and the education I was mentally capable of receiving would have been improved to a life-changing degree. Today, as an openly trans high school science teacher, students sometimes feel comfortable confiding in me about their gender identity, knowing that I will hear, believe, and respect them. Being trans is not something I talk about in the classroom. It's not part of our curriculum. It's just, one small facet of my identity that I don't keep a secret from them. Every year, I have students who tell me that their true pronouns are one thing, but I should use different pronouns when communicating with their parents because their parents are either openly not supportive of them being gender nonconforming, or the student is worried their parents won't be supportive. And we've heard tonight about some of the repercussions of having those unsupportive families. And so those students aren't ready to share their gender identity with their parents at that point. They aren't yet able to exist authentically and safely at home. If you take away policy 5756, they won't be able to exist authentically and safely at school either, making them much more likely to have the experiences I had with suicide and mental illness, as well as jeopardizing their academic success. School needs to be a place where students feel comfortable and supported so they're able to take intellectual risks and engage with the learning process, not to mention form the genuine connections with both peers and adults that are necessary for their healthy development. Keep policy 5756 in place. It is saving lives and enriching them by providing a safe space for trans students. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Good evening, all. First of all, thank you to everyone who spoke before me. I was a nervous wreck.
Name and the township,
Okay.
please.
My name is Parantap Pandya. I live in Edison. I've been an Edison resident for over 20 years. Both my daughters have studied in this school, and I can only be grateful for the fine young ladies they have become. One of them was a writer for the LGBTQ newsletter, and she was part of the study group. And today, she is close to graduating with a master's in finance from Columbia. And she's an Edison high school product. So I'm not here antagonistically to be shouting slogans because we are a community, we are neighbors, and some of us are friends. Friends talk, friends discuss, friends share ideas, friends give input. So that's what I'm here to share my input. I'm a mental health professional. I work as a psychiatric screener, as a clinician with families of mentally ill. I train police officers. I've been working with officers since past 17 years. And in my current position, I also work in what is called the Arrive program. I ride with officers doing psychiatric screenings. And the reason I'm talking about this experience is because my 34 years of experience as a clinician in working with different kinds of people, I have worked with a whole lot of LGBTQ clients who were basically regular people. The life experience that they had caused them trauma. And that trauma is what brought them to me when they became depressed, suicidal, cutting themselves, taking drugs, becoming aggressive, rarely violent, but more of internalized aggression towards themselves. For this population that already feels stigmatized, disfranchised, and threatened by the cisgendered community, anything and everything we do to keep them safe is going to help them become healthier human beings and healthier citizens for a healthy society. This should not be repealed. The conversation we are having is not trying to sell you how wonderful LGBTQ are. You are not against them, I know it, I can see it. The conversation we are having and what is relevant right now is a policy is being repealed, it's being abolished. And when a policy is being repealed or abolished, it should not sound like a bunch of guys decided what a woman should do with her body. Who are you? That was wrong then, and this is wrong now. If you don't have a lived-in experience, you are not a parent, and you are not a healthcare provider, you do not have the data. And that's where I request you to have more inclusion in your decision-making. At present, it is pretty clear, as it is today, as it was in October, that the community is saying, no, we want this to stay. The parents are saying, the healthcare providers are saying. And it's about time that we don't make people who have been traditionally felt disfranchised feel disfranchised anymore. There is a lot of compassion in you. There is a reason why you are here at this late hour, and I know the perks of the job, how much you get paid. Please contribute to the society by doing the right thing, and I'm leaving you in the good hands of each other. Talk to each other, convince each other, but please, let's defeat this together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dawn Burgee-Sumner. I'm from Highland Park. I'm a licensed social worker and a therapist. I also happen to be an out trans woman. I have had the privilege of working with trans clients at my work, and I'm fortunate enough to know, love, and be loved by other people in my community. So I'm here tonight to speak in favor of Policy 5756, which exists to protect the student trans population. I speak to you all as parents, educators, people who work closely with children. Everyone in this room certainly knows how critical the period of adolescence is in a child's development. Every day at my job and in my day-to-day life, I see firsthand the impact that a caring or careless environment has on a person throughout the lifespan. Trans children living in a world that sometimes seems desperate to erase them are in a particularly vulnerable position. Anyone familiar with the research knows that trans people have higher rates of depression, eating disorders, and other mental health issues. For this reason, when I was initially coming out to family, I had the misfortune of being outed by a loved one to an adult that was in my life. She was doing this out of a place of care and concern because she was under the misimpression that being trans meant that I was at risk. It was coming from care and concern, but it was the wrong decision to make. The decision to out a child to a parent should never be in the hands of the teacher. It is only the child's decision. When you dig deeper, these statistics also show the drastic difference that a supportive environment can make. Trans people that grow up in an environment that supported and cared for them are much less likely to experience mental health struggles down the line. Before the public comment started, you all were quick to reassure us that there were other policies in place to protect trans people. As other people pointed out, those policies existed beforehand, and this policy was still necessary. If this policy was truly redundant, if nothing would really change, if this was repealed, you would not be making moves to repeal it. This policy is how you create the supportive environment that I was talking about. Educate your educators on how to interact and validate gender diverse children. Let them know that they're safe here. Allow them the childhoods that so many trans adults wish they could have had. As the young woman that spoke said, she should not have had to be here tonight. When the decision to repeal a policy like this comes into play, you are telling the trans children at your school that they are not cared for and they're not supported. Even if you're right and nothing would change if this policy was repealed, you are still telling them that they are not worth protecting. No one should have to be on the receiving end of this message. We're living in an age of moral panic where all across the country, transgender youth are being shown or told outright that the powers that be don't want them to exist or don't think they're worthy. We can be better. I ask you to do what's right for some of the most vulnerable students in your school and uphold this policy. Thank you. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Grayson, and I'm from Metuchen, but a hopeful Edison resident someday, considering how many nights a week I walk here on the Greenway. On Thursday, myself and many others joined you for around 5 hours so that we may share our thoughts on the repeal of Policy 5756. Despite many testimonies from Edison residents asking the board to keep this policy in place, 6 of the 9 board members voted to repeal. Thank you to Mr. Joseph Romano, Ms. Virginia White, and Mr. Christopher Lugo for voting in reflection of the citizens of Edison. Tonight, we're grateful to have the opportunity to once again work to convince these elected officials to enact the will of the public. On Thursday, we appealed to your humanity, to your sense of justice, to your ability to care for the children whose lives your decisions directly affect. We asked you to consider children who live in abusive homes and children who are just still too scared to tell someone they love so much something so near and dear to their heart. Tonight, I'd like to appeal to your wise mind. You should all be personally aware of the role you play in our current chapter of the American experiment. Those of us who are here tonight clearly understand ours, and I'd like to assure you that the quickest and easiest way to mobilize a group of impassioned citizens is for their elected officials to blatantly ignore them. Nationwide, things like this are happening. School boards controlled behind closed doors and motivated by the interests of people who reside far from the area impacted by the board's decisions. I was shocked and appalled to witness this firsthand in my own backyard last week. Mr. Jerry Shee, who is up for re-election in 2 years. Mr. Ronak Patel, who is up for re-election in 2 years. Mr. Ralph Errico, who is up for re-election in 2 years. Ms. Anjana Patel, who is up for re-election next year. Mr. Vishal Patel, who is up for re-election this year. Ms. Shannon Pang, who is also up for re-election this year. It is not too late for you to do the right thing. Listen to your constituents. Elections for the Board of Education are held on an annual basis. This year's election will be held on November 4th. The deadline for submission of the 2025 November school board election nominating petitions is the last Monday in July, which is 7/28/25. That's roughly 10 whole weeks from now. In order to be on the ballot, candidates must acquire 25 signatures. Between those sitting in this room and those listening online, I'm certain there are more than 25 endorsements for some of the incredible voices who have spoken both here tonight and on Thursday. Interested candidates can find more information at njsba.org and runforsomething.net. I encourage all citizens to vote for board members who execute their roles with their community in mind. To the board. Last week, I emphasized that bringing Policy 5756 to the table, despite its continued public support, was a threat to the students you represent in Edison Public Schools. Tonight, please kindly be reminded who gives you the power to issue those threats to their children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear Edison Board, I first want to thank you for staying so late and affording us such
Can you get
generous...
closer to the microphone, please?
Sure. I just wanted to thank you for giving us all this time and staying so late to listen about this very important issue. My name is A. Policino. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm a 40-year-old non-binary trans person from Trenton. I'm also an educator and study trans inclusion in K-12 schools at Rutgers University, specifically focusing on educational policy and healthy school environments. I wanted to share a little about my K-12 experience. Like most trans kids I knew from a very early age, I was different. Back in the 80s and 90s, I had no representation, no language, and no conceptual understanding to describe how I was feeling, but I knew it was different. I grew up in a big conservative family and went to Catholic schools, and I was even homeschooled for about 4 years because my conservative Catholic school was not conservative enough. It was a very sheltered upbringing. I share this because even without access to the internet, influential celebrities, or peers exposing me to anything about what trans identity meant, I still was a trans kid, and I grew up to be a trans adult. My parents are very loving, like a lot of parents that spoke here today. They loved I'm one of 7 kids. They loved all of us for who we are. They did have the best intentions. I can tell you today they're still confused and don't understand transgender identity, but love me just the same, and agree that I know what's best for me, and that most trans kids know what's best for them. I'm a little bit nervous because I don't know what I can say to get you to care, and for people to put egos aside and to put politics aside, and trust us that when we tell you we know ourselves, and we know our friends, and we know our family, and we're not depressed, and we're not suicidal because we're trans, We are depressed and we suicide ideate because of the climate and because of the way that we're treated. I can attest that not learning about being trans was very mentally and emotionally taxing growing up. Again, I had a wonderful upbringing. My parents cared for me. I had everything that I needed. There was no, even 10-year-old me would tell myself, I have everything that I need. I feel safe. I feel cared for. Why do I want to disappear? Why am I upset? And it was only because I have such wonderful parents and that I have such loving parents that I told myself, there's no way that I could subject them to a kid that's depressed or a kid that would unalive themselves. And I know that's a statistic that we hear over and over again. We had some people over here sneering at the blood on your hands comment. It's real. When I was in high school, I had a sister who died in a car accident. I watched my parents lose a child. It's a real thing. It really hurts. We don't even talk about it. I'm 40 right now. We do not talk about it. It's a very sad thing for a parent to have to deal with that. Repealing this policy will affect the statistics that people repeat over and over and over again, that you find on the Trevor Project, that you find on pediatric websites. Families do deal with little kids who do this to themselves, even in the best case scenario, best environment, privileged background, wonderful school districts. All my schools were just as wonderful as the teachers described in your video. So even in the best case scenario, I ideated from about puberty through college, not really understanding why, because I did not have any of the representation that fortunately some kids now have today that people are currently fighting against. It's not confusing. It is imperative to students' mental health to understand core parts of their identity, to know that they're normal, to know that they belong, to know that they're loved, and to know that there's absolutely nothing wrong with them being trans or non-binary or thinking maybe they are and changing their mind later in life. We need to afford that to students. We would not subject any typical cisgender boy or cisgender girl to not talk about who they are, to not acknowledge their identity, and not to affirm who they are. It's difficult as a trans adult to stand here before you knowing that people who have very little understanding about what it's like to be trans are trying to take away some of the few safe spaces and protections kids are afforded today. Students being able to come into their identities with trusted adults, school counselors, and supportive parents is healing for me to see. Nothing about Policy 5756 prevents school staff from discussing a student's identity with their parents when they feel comfortable to do so. Anyone that suggests going against a student's comfort level, which is a highly personal and unfortunately heavily politicized topic, does not have a student's well-being in mind. Even with the best intentions, if you think repealing this policy is going to do good, I'm here to tell you it will not. Even if you think that it does, what you're communicating to students who are currently in the closet or thinking about coming out or thinking about talking to a counselor or to an uncle or to a cousin, you will send a clear message to them that you do not understand and that you do not see them. And as scary as it is to be in this political climate where there's a lot of adversarial people being very obvious about being oppositional about trans people and not liking trans people, I think what hurts more is having that trusted, loving adult not see you. And to be hoping that every time you have a new teacher or a new group of friends, they're gonna see you and they're gonna love you and you're gonna be able to be yourself and realize they also don't understand you, they also don't get you, they also don't see you. I'm happy to discuss real lived experience further with any board member here. I emailed most of you what I said here, not in this speech. I'm happy to hop on Zoom. I'm happy to have a cup of coffee with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Hello, my name is Briar Havoc, and I currently live in Highland Park, though I hail from a town up north, and maybe the fact that I'm not in Edison or from around Edison is a good thing, because I can tell you some stories, and they're not all happy stories, and I apologize for that on such a joyous night. I wish we could just have teacher celebrations. Clearly, all of you love your students so very much, but I want everybody in this room to take a moment to think about the things you think cannot happen here, in your community, in your school, in your own home. Because about 8 years ago, we had a beloved elementary school teacher who was a victim of a murder-suicide by her husband. And that was horrible. I don't know why it happened. I never got to know her, and I never will. But that is just one of so many things you think will never happen here. I'm going to tell you a second story. I promise it's related, about how I came to acquire this rainbow cape I am wearing right now. I had a friend growing up, and what happened is her family invited me to a trip to an amusement park on the year that same-sex marriage was legalized. And I played the fair game, and I won a rainbow cape. I picked it out all myself, and her father grilled me. Oh man, the fear I felt, the concern. I tried so hard to play it off. I just think rainbows are nice, you know? You got all the colors in here. Well, she goes back, her parents divorce, she only comes back to town in the summer, and a couple months later, I get a text from her saying, I'm so sorry, but after you picked that rainbow cape, after you went out in your shorts and your hairy legs and all your boyish manner for being a girl, he forbid me from speaking to you, but I am reaching out to you now. And I want you to get this idea that my lovely, wonderful friend, brilliant, kind, would come to my house sometimes, tears streaming down her face, everything blotchy, and she would say, I'm sorry, it's just hay fever. But she would later reveal to me, no, her father's treatment was what caused her tears and her shaking. And I can only be grateful that my family and I were able to be a solace to her. And I can only think what would have happened to her if she had been the one who had chosen the rainbow cape. What harm her parent could inflict on her. And thankfully, she only had to live with him 3 months of the year, but we don't know what could have happened. I think about how my father was more angry about how she didn't tell me until months later than the fact that she would literally be in danger by being associated with me for being openly gender nonconforming. I'm sure you all know it's terrible to wear pants in the summer, and especially in an amusement park. But another thing with this rainbow cape is I wear it when I go out to many queer events, and it's a dual symbol of the fact, well, I want people to feel safe around me. I want them to look at me and think, here's one person who has survived. Here's one person who's made it this far who can do it. Maybe I can do it too. But this cape serves a dual purpose. And this cape is telling anyone who wishes to do us harm, come and get me first. And nobody should ever have to think about that. It should be your goal to educate children, to raise children who do not have to think, I'm going to wear a rainbow cape, so if my friends and I get attacked, they will go after me first, and I know I'm fast and I can run, and I can get the people trying to hurt us away from the people they're trying to hurt. I'm going to share a third story, which was when I decided to just stop shaving as a kid. It's annoying. Wouldn't you know, teenagers smell bad no matter how much you shave. You can't get around it. Honestly, even if I were cis, I probably would have stopped. It's really a pain. My father and I started talking about it in the car, and that was when I learned a very good lesson. Never talk with somebody about something serious in a situation where you cannot physically leave, where you cannot physically run away. Because my father became so incensed by my insistence that this minute decision about my body, yes, I'd been bullied about it, but this minute decision about my body was somehow he pulled the car over, and I still shake 10 years later going down that street, thinking, he said, oh, your decision to not shave is equivalent to me tattooing slurs and swastika all over my body. He didn't. I hope he's not that type of guy, but we don't talk anymore. Is that someone you would trust your students with? Please think, is that someone you would trust your students with? Would you trust someone like him to be an educator? Okay, so it's now the educator's choice on whether or not they out their students. All it takes is one person, and you can make it look like an accident. You don't understand how much power you hold when you have this information about people. And I also want to point out that all of you seem to have a lot of faith in all of these other policies that seem to protect trans students and marginalized students. But laws have been flying, executive orders have been flying, things have been overturned. Do we think Title IX will stand the same way as it is now in A month? A year? 2 years? Please consider the needs of your students. Please consider who showed up to speak tonight. All of the people who are expressing their opinions, and please do the right thing by your trans students so they don't have to think going out in public, I will make myself a target to protect the people I love. I yield my time. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Teresa Vidovich. I live in Highland Park, and I volunteer with Trans Youth. A lot of folks tonight have mentioned it already, but that was a beautiful video earlier. It really highlighted how Edison School District really values and rewards uniqueness, compassion, and diversity. Y'all appeared to value accommodating different students' needs and building a school environment where students feel safe enough to make mistakes and learn from them. Those values are beautiful and appear to be a genuine source of pride, which honestly confuses me because this is the same district planning to abolish the policy 5756 for transgender students. This policy was designed by the state of New Jersey to protect and accommodate transgender students, a vulnerable minority of gender diverse students with unique needs to be safe in a public school environment. It uses clear, transparent definitions on what it means to be transgender and how teachers can best support their transgender students. In a time when the world is chock full of misinformation on what it means to be transgender, this policy is an invaluable resource. And as far as I know, the district does not have a replacement policy to specifically address the needs of trans students. So how can this self-proclaimed compassionate student-first district justify the harm abolishing this policy could cause? Because it would cause harm. Y'all mentioned federal protections like Title IX, but the federal government has already erased transgender and intersex people from legal existence through executive action. Remember that back in January? That purged mentions of transgender and intersex folks from federal data sets. It resulted in defunding of scientific studies and name changes of certain departments. It also removed access to medical resources for people. This has terrified the trans adults and youth in my life, and it was I believe, was a morally wrong thing for the federal government to do. Just as it is morally and ethically wrong for the district to abolish this policy. Because, you know that the kids getting a call home aren't the kids born Robert who want to go by Bobby. It's gonna be the kid named Robert who wants to go by Barbara. It's going to be any child who's different. Removing this guidance will just contribute to the otherization of anyone who acts outside their assigned gender. And that affects everyone, including your cisgendered students. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members and community members. My
Can you
name
get
is
closer? No, move the microphone up a little bit.
my name is Philip Patir Sadek. I live in New Brunswick, a few hundred feet south of the Morris Goodkind Bridge that leads into Edison. I'm a student at Rutgers Business School, and I work in sales for Optimum. I moved to the United States 4 years ago, fleeing a very dangerous situation where I was put in danger because I was outed in my university. I was a freshman in school. I was given a chance when I was able to move to the United States. What saved me was the freedom here for being myself. As a result of being outed in Egypt, I was put in conversion therapy, and I would have been unalive if I weren't able to move here today. By removing policy 5756, you're taking a step backwards. You're telling students, especially queer and trans students, that they don't deserve protection, that their identities can be exposed without consent, and that schools meant to shelter them might instead become the first place they are harmed. You are not just voting on a policy, you are voting on whether or not you believe some of these kids deserve safety. Some students cannot come out, not because they're confused, but because coming out would mean abuse, homelessness, or worse. For them, privacy is survival. Policy 5756 was one of the few things standing between a closeted student and a life-altering consequence. I know what it's like to be outed, and I know what it's like to be silenced and to be unsafe. This policy, while not perfect, gave students a right to choose when and how they share their truth. Removing it tells them your truth doesn't matter. Please don't force students into silence, into danger, or into running like I had to. Keep this policy and keep their trust and keep them safe. Let me be clear, this isn't just about rules or technicalities, this is about human lives. This policy may be the only thing standing between a closeted student and irreversible trauma. I've lived that trauma and I'm still healing from it. I urge you to look beyond politics, the pressure and the headlines. Listen to real stories like mine and from the lovely people behind me. Ask yourself, do you want to be remembered as the board that protected students or the ones that put them in danger? This vote will follow you, and the harm it causes won't be hypothetical. It will be felt in real homes by real families, by real kids who will have nowhere else to turn. Trans students deserve to thrive and not just survive in our schools and neighborhoods and communities. We need them. We need their creativity and their resilience, and perspectives make our classrooms more compassionate, our conversations more inclusive, and our futures brighter. When we remove supportive policies like Policy 5767 in Edison, we're not just erasing protections, we're sending a harmful message that trans youth don't belong, but they do belong, and they matter, and we must stand up to keep these policies that affirm and protect their right to exist fully and safely in every space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Kim Lindley, and I want to thank you very much for letting everybody speak tonight and their views for the children. I'm a Manalapan resident, former special education teacher, a mom. Thank you for taking the first step to abolishing suggested Policy 5756. The abolishing of this policy is significant to the teacher, parent, and more importantly to the students. As a former teacher, I can only imagine the pressures that the teachers of today are under. This policy burdens teachers having to choose between faith, morals, and their employment. Teaching is not for the faint-hearted. The career path plays a pivotal role in the development of children and society. What and how a teacher says to a child can have long-lasting effects on them. One reason that many teachers have spoken is due to the fear of losing their job. In the past, a few teachers have spoken out and would not recognize a student by their new gender identity. The teachers that spoke up and took a stand lost their jobs or got suspended. The following articles are examples of some teachers who spoke up. Virginia School Board to pay $575,000 to a teacher fired for refusing to use trans student pronouns. Kansas teacher who was suspended after she refused to use student preferred pronouns awarded $95,000 in a suit. And teacher fired not using student trans pronoun wins, to name just a few. Policy 5756, instead of promoting unity, promotes diversity. This policy does not stand for all students. It does not take into consideration the age of the child. The girl students who are not comfortable with sharing bathrooms with boys. What about the special education student? An individual educational plan requires parental involvement. Where is the line drawn to include the parents? I also want to discuss Policy 9240, rights of parents in your school district. The School Board of Edison recognizes that parents are ultimately responsible for the care and well-being of a child. Both parents are legally responsible for the child, when possible for both parents to be involved. School recognizes that the child benefits more. Each parent is entitled to full parental access to the pupil and the information about the pupil. Number 5, the board directs the school administrator to accommodate the needs of parents for access to their child's teachers, and to the information about their children. Number 6, every parent, except by federal and state law, should have access to records, information pertaining to his or her emancipating child, including but not limited to medical, insurance, child care, and educational records. I also want to discuss the brain. One key element that excuse me. Okay. One key element that a teacher strives for is clear communication lines with parents. It has been proven that when the teacher and parents work together in tandem, that the student is the ultimate one to benefit. Students have parental involvement and tend to have less behavioral problems, less absenteeism, and more involvement in school and related activities. Getting parents involved in schools by the Center for Comprehensive School Reform and Improvement is just one article that encourages parental involvement. When teachers have parental involvement, they benefit as well. These benefits are clear communication lines with parents, or less homework problems, less absenteeism, and more precious time teaching than addressing behavioral issues. How can there be true communication lines with policy 5756? It breaks the trust between parents and teachers. Why and when and would a parent believe a teacher when they don't know if they are telling them the truth? The harassment and bullying policy is already in place, the protection and students would need. Another article that I would like to mention, one article that I would like to mention is to highlight is a mother who saved daughter from school secret gender transitions attends Trump address to Congress. This article was about January Little John from Florida, who sued the school board of Leon County. The school where her daughter attended was socially transitioning her without her parental knowledge. This family became divided because when they kept in the dark what was going on with their daughter. Questions such as which restroom and locker room would you prefer were asked to the daughter. Also, the child was asked which sex she wanted to stay with on the overnight field trip. What is startling to me is that this Ms. Lil John is a licensed mental health professional. Rescinding policy 5756 will prevent situations like this from happening. What would you do if this was your child? Please rescind policy 5756. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Woodruff. I'm a prior resident of Edison and currently live in Marlborough. Thank you for allowing me this time to tell you the reasons I think you should abolish 5756. And you've been very courteous to all the people allowing 6 minutes, which is amazing. Thank you for your efforts and your time. The policy, the 5756 policy is divisive, discriminatory, ambiguous, and deceptive. It puts labels on children, which is never a good thing. It gives rights to some at the expense of others. It is deceptive inasmuch as it allows parents to be in the dark about important mental issues involving their children, and it puts teachers in a deceptive position, often asking against their moral and religious beliefs. That said, the greatest concern is still the direction we are heading. We are teaching gender ideology in schools when we know that there are only two genders. We are celebrating LGBTQ++ with flags in the classroom and Pride Month. It is no wonder we are seeing such a rise in gender confusion. We are sexualizing our children at an age when they are not intellectually or emotionally ready. And we wonder why kids are depressed and have anxiety. We are to blame, and this needs to change for the mental wellness of our children. The government is interfering with the raising of our children and their morals, and it has to stop. We are told that for transgender children to feel safe at school, they need to be identified by a different name than their birth name and to be referred to with different pronouns. So this means that the administration, the teachers, and the students, everyone is aware of the child's transitioning and that they must comply with the children's wishes, because that is what the policy says. It's a student-centered approach. But the only people that don't need to be part of this are the parents. Advocates of the policy will say that a child needs to explore their identity and be able to express themselves. I am sure that most people would not object to a child expressing themselves by their attire, their hairstyle, their hair coloring, adornments, tattoos, but when that interferes on the rights of others, then it has gone too far. A nice young male tonight who identifies as a female spoke aloud and told us
Excuse me, quiet.
that
Let
he
her speak.
didn't want to use the unisex bathroom due to the inconvenience and uses the female restroom. I was very surprised to hear that. Does he not consider the vast majority of the girls who wouldn't want a boy invading their space? For dads in the room, how do you feel about boys in your daughter's bathrooms and lockers? How about sports? With this policy, the girls may have to compete in sports with boys. This is not only unfair, it is not safe. We often hear arguments that the transgender children have a much higher risk of suicide than other children, and outing a child is dangerous. Could the higher depression or suicide rate be because there are other underlying mental issues that do not relate to gender at all and need to be addressed? Statistics show that the majority of children that identify as a different gender have comorbidities or have experienced trauma in their lives, issues that have nothing to do with gender. If it is true that a transgender child is more apt to commit suicide, why would we keep this from the child's parents, who care about their welfare more than anyone and who are ultimately responsible for the child? The parents will be devastated the rest of their lives. These children need guidance and direction by professionals and their parents. Granted, there are always those parents that are abusive, but in those situations, the authorities are called in. We know that when a child is affirmed in a gender change different than their birth gender, they are much more likely to follow the path of puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and irreversible surgery. And often, they look back and wish they hadn't gone that route.
Excuse me, everyone has their opinion. You all
Stop the
everyone
clock.
spoke. Let her speak, let her conclude.
As the president
move
said
on.
before, we know that our children, regardless of race, religion, sex, sexual preference, and gender expression, are protected under New Jersey LAD and other anti-bullying laws. Why do we need this 5756 policy? Having a transgender policy asserts a falsity that there are more than two genders. It creates division and friction among the students, creates an unsafe environment, and needs to be abolished. In closing, I want to tell the transgender community, tell them that we love them just the way they are. They were not born in the wrong body. They do not have to change their identity. Every male and every female I know has male and female tendencies. It makes the world go round. It makes the world interesting. It makes people interesting. You are unique in your differences.
Thank
Please
you.
Understand.
Thank you. Do not engage the other audiences. You guys talk to us, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Amy Bertelson Robles, Edison resident, retired public school counselor. I have to tell you that when I came in and watched all of the wonderful videos, how wonderful the principals and staff spoke about the other staff members in Edison, it just makes me so proud. And to see my kids' schools up there, both of them are alumni from JP. And so really, I started this evening feeling so bright and proud. And then it was interesting how then I realized that there's this conversation, which sort of, and I know other members of the audience mentioned also, it just seemed counterintuitive to the vibe at the beginning and all of the conversation that was happening on the video about how inclusive and wonderful the teachers and staff are, and they're being, I'm so proud of my two kids, and they had such wonderful connections with not only teachers, but coaches, even custodians, other professionals that work at, in the various schools in Edison. So I'm a proud parent. I've also I trusted that the teachers and professionals in the Edison schools were able to take care of my children. They've been trained, right? 5756 would provide guidance for teachers to help teachers. I worked in public schools for over 30 years and worked with amazing professionals, but they needed to be trained and guided. And then part of that guidance means, who do you consult with if you're not sure about what to do? That's the best way to support our kids. Edison has the most amazing teachers, right? We all know that. We need to trust that and give them the guidance that they need to help to take care of our kids, all of our kids, not just two types of our kids, all of our kids. So we need to, and I would just limit my comments because so many wonderful people spoke before me. They talked about statistics. We all know these statistics, and we need to really look in reputable journals and other places for that reputable information about statistics as well. But I really do urge you to not repeal this policy that was developed so thoughtfully and courageously on behalf of all of our kids. We're spending so much time, talking about repealing it. It's already in place and was well thought out and well prepared. I do not find, after hearing everybody speaking tonight, I have not heard any reason, any good, solid reason to repeal 5756. So please use your power to take care of all of our kids and support our teachers and other school staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Danielle Bruno Arlequin, she, her, a resident of Colonia, New Jersey, and Middlesex County. I am currently an educator in Union County. Thank you all for being here tonight. I also want to shout out my students. I hope I make you guys proud. And your being is not pressure to me. You are all inspiring to me. And to the Edison Board of Ed, as I did last Thursday, I implore you, do not abolish policy 5756. Let's talk about equity. I'm sorry, I got my teacher voice on. If elementary students can understand that everyone gets what they need, not what they want, then this board must understand this sentiment. Protecting trans children does not give special privileges. It gives accommodations. You wouldn't take hearing aids away from a deaf child. You wouldn't make an autism classroom a place of sensory overload. You wouldn't hand a copy of Shakespeare's Hamlet to a student who just arrived from a non-English speaking country and then ask them to perform it for the whole class. Teachers accommodate every day, as with our lessons. We, as people, accommodate every day. If you abolish this policy simply on the basis of parental rights, you will also be sacrificing the accommodations that keep these kids safe, educated, and alive. Do not throw the baby out with the bathwater, or rather, the human rights with the policy. Yes, there are other policies that can cover these children. But in this current political climate, we can't leave this up to chance. Title IX is being threatened, affirmative action's on the rocks, and the federal government is coming for anti-discrimination laws. We don't know what will happen in the next governor's race here in New Jersey. We need to protect these children at a local level, and that is your responsibility. School's purpose is not just to teach, but also to be a place where children learn autonomy. Children are autonomous whether we like it or not. Please, I wish I could get my students to get their heads out of the skibbity toilet or have them stop hitting the gritty because they will hurt themselves and someone else. But I must allow them autonomy. If I don't, how will your child learn anything? Protecting trans children allows autonomy to be respected. When our children are dangerous to their futures, then we educators must act. Bad grades, behavioral issues that make them struggle to integrate into society. Being trans is not destroying the future of a child. It's liberating them. It's allowing them to know that there is a future for them. If you say you love children, and particularly your children, you would want them to have a future. And if your first thought is not that kind of future, I suggest looking inward and asking yourself, why not? Now, one last conclusion. I believe in the policy student-centered approach, paragraph 2. It states that school staff members should continue to refer to the student in accordance with the student's chosen names and pronouns at school, and may consider providing resource information regarding family counseling and support services outside the school district. If you really want to change this to make this policy stronger and to bridge the gap between parental figures and children, maybe we should update the language to provide resource information regarding family counseling. Family counseling's goal is to repair the unrest within existing family structures, therefore including the parents. Therefore, there is no argument there for parental rights. Educators will be providing parents with the resources to have a respectful conversation that addresses inaccuracies and fosters understanding. I implore parents to understand, yes, this conversation is going to be uncomfortable for you, but imagine how your child must be feeling. Their identity is in flux, they're afraid to have this conversation. Give them time, provide love, and give a safe space. And I implore you all to think of that before you vote today. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
hope I made you kids proud.
Thank you. So as I said, we're gonna take a 10-minute biological break, and we'll be right back. And everyone will have the opportunity to speak. So just hang around, and we'll come back. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're gonna resume the meeting. Please be seated. Just wait for the board members to come back. Where's Ralph? You want to sit there? That's more comfortable, right?
Motion to adjourn.
Do we need a motion? We don't need a motion. Okay, so we're going to resume the meeting. As I said, everyone will have a chance to speak. So there you go. Line up. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Chanel Collier. I'm speaking from New Brunswick, New Jersey. I won't say too many facts and such. I feel like there's been enough in the previous people talking. So as not a resident of this town, just as a young person with experience in school and life, I'm just gonna speak to what I've seen today and the last meeting on Thursday. In general, I believe the abolishment of this policy would not only put hundreds of kids in harm's way, which is that should be enough for the entire board to not abolish this, but since it isn't, here we are. Per your own mission statement, the public schools of Edison Township will create a safe, supportive learning environment that empowers every student to actively contribute to a dynamic, interconnected global society. Our commitment is to ensure that all students achieve at their highest level of academic, social, and emotional success. You have heard multiple accounts from multiple experts on the reasoning as to why the abolishment of this policy would be foolish, not only for the children, which again should be the utmost importance to you, but it seems like it's not to everyone. The 3 people, I don't know your names, but the other 6 doesn't really seem like it is. I digress. Let me see, lost my train of thought. The abolishment of this policy doesn't make sense for the children, and it also doesn't make sense for the appearance of your board. It seems like the only reason that this policy is up for abolishment is that you care more about aesthetics of your township rather than the actual children that are in question in any meeting or anything. It is very interesting that the accounts of begging for sympathy and empathy from this board has not swayed 6 of you. And again, even if there are other policies in place that could, in a sense, supersede if this policy was abolished, it has been shown that it would not, because this policy was needed in the first place and the policy was doing just fine. And here we are. Yeah, I didn't have anything really planned to say. I'm just a concerned community member of Middlesex County. I am a former student. I would appreciate if the woman in the white and that guy look up. Thanks. Yep, thanks. You guys have been looking up and down like every other person that's been talking up here. I would appreciate your undivided attention. Thanks. And again, that alone shows where your priorities lie. It is truly just the aesthetics of where you sit on this board. I don't know how much you're getting paid for it. I don't really care. I could give you the benefit of the doubt that because you are on the board, you care about kids. I don't want to do that, because the fact that this policy is up for abolishment means that you don't. And you can twist that whatever way you want to, but that's just the fact of the matter. The policy ensures that kids are safe, period. You can be swayed by the very arbitrary, very false information that the side on the opposite has chosen to give you. I think that would reflect poorly on your own morals, ethics, and just your way of thinking. You are on a board of education, and it would just, yeah. But the only reason my argument is just so not congealed, I guess, is because this is just so ridiculous to me that this is even in question to be abolished. Just care about kids, please. Let's not abolish policy 5756. Thanks.
Thank you. The next.
Hello. I'm James Trace here from Scotch Plains. I'm here to speak as an educator. I work with many trans students, and at the beginning of the year they tell me what name they want me to call them, what pronouns they prefer, and I also ask that they tell me what name can I use when I call home. And some of them say that I can use the same name in school and at home, and some of them say, please don't. And whatever they want me to do, I respect. There might be some idea that following this policy is difficult for educators, but from my experience, it's actually so easy. All I have to do is treat my students with basic human respect. Students are in the school to learn not just the content area, but how to be citizens, how to be people. They're learning how to be themselves. And if they want to experiment with their identity and question things, they need an environment where they feel safe to do that. They need an adult in their lives who they can try things out before they take it to their home environment. I am a trans man, and I have very loving parents, but I didn't tell them for months. Not because I thought that they would be bigoted or hateful, but there's always this thought of what if? And I wanted to be sure of myself before I told my family. So I told my friends, I told my classmates when I was in college. And it gave me the space to find myself and be more sure to tell my parents what I felt. And then they were able to support me. We need this policy, or Edison needs this policy, every school needs this policy, because transgender students and trans people in America and in so many parts of the world are under specific attack. If you look at current events, they are the group that is facing more extreme hate than many others right now. A specific policy to protect trans students is crucial because other policies that you say will protect them are not going to do everything that this policy does. It would be unwise to abolish this. It would put students at risk. It would make them uncomfortable. It would make them unsure what teachers they can trust with their true selves. It would make them scared to tell any of their friends at school, because what if a teacher overheard, and what if it got back to home when they weren't ready for it to? I didn't prepare a lot of things to say, but I wanted to encourage you to think very clearly about what this policy does. And what this policy does is make sure students feel supported. Students can experiment with themselves and maybe decide later that they want to go back to their original name and pronouns and identity, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but they need the space to explore. This policy lets them do that. This policy treats them as human beings instead of someone who doesn't have autonomy because they're too young to know themselves. School is where they're supposed to learn themselves. This policy is crucial for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Not that you have any risk of not being able to hear me. My name is Karen Siegel. I'm a resident of Edison. I feel very much like I'm in the movie Groundhog's Day. I've been here before. I told you in October. I'll tell you again. I'm not gay, I'm not trans, I'm not a parent. What I am is a taxpayer whose taxes fund this district. And I want the children of this district to have a safe space to learn in, because I'm 60 years old and I'm going to need them to be really bright in a few years to keep me alive. So, you know, and I, frankly, if the doctor working on me is trans or gay or I don't care, as long as they know which end of me to work on and how to do that work. But I cannot believe we're here again. Again, we're doing this. It's like, do you think that if you do this enough times, you're going to wear us down and we're not going to show up and we're not going to say to you, do not do this thing? Do you think that if you do it enough times, we're going to change our minds? Because we're not. I'm here to tell you. And I'm here to tell you, you six, you will never have my vote. You would not have my vote for dog catcher if you vote to repeal this policy, because you care more about politics than you do about kids, and I am not having that in anybody who represents me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alice Finney. I'm from Colts Neck, New Jersey. And I wanted to commend you for your vote last time. I am on the side of repealing 5756. I am a parent of 3, and I am also an educator. I've lived in New Jersey for most of my life, and there's a lot that's going on that's very confusing. And I think that's a big problem we have in the schools. When I was a child, my story is that when I was a child, I was a tomboy. And I ran around and acted like a boy, dressed like a boy, had my hair cut very short. If I grew up in today's society, one would think that I should be a boy. I might even think that if I had the influences that a lot of the young people do nowadays with their phones and everything. But my parents always told me that I was a girl. And I never had to worry about any of these things that these kids are going through now. I'm so sad for them that they're so confused with what's happening in their lives and that they feel that this is the answer to it. Studies show that children suffering from gender dysphoria, 11 studies, including the Toronto 2021 study, said that 85% of the students return to their gender of birth by the time they're 18. And that was many kids, 11 studies. There were 130 in that 2021 study alone. You can get the statistics on the Family Policy Council website. They did not do the study, but they do post some of the statistics. Anyway, kids, we're here, this bill, so there's some misunderstanding about this bill. I don't hate children. I love children. We need to protect children. We're parents, we're adults. Somebody needs to lift up a standard and say, I'm going to tell the parents. And why do we let kids rule the world now? Why do we let kids go by their feelings? Oh, I feel this, I feel that. 9 times out of 10, they're not right. How many times do they want to eat something really sugary and sweet, and you say, no, that's not good for you? Parents are the ones that care. They care more than teachers. I don't care. I don't understand why you think teachers would know more to not have to be able to hide things from parents. It's only about hiding that secret. This bill doesn't change the bathroom use. It doesn't change participation in sports. It only says we want the parents to come alongside you if you're making a life decision like this, which many of them lead into hormone replacement therapy that can cause problems with their bones, with their growth as adolescents. And they do go into that. In New Jersey alone, they voted, I think, last year for one of the houses voted to allow children at 14 to receive that medication without parental approval. So we are heading in that direction. In California, 15-year-olds, 13 years old have had mastectomies, double mastectomies, and then grow to regret it. Chloe Cole says she never had suicide ideation until after she had the surgery. And she is a spokesperson and testified in front of Congress on what happened to her. These are children. They're making decisions based on feelings. Even the gentleman who came up earlier who had the PhDs, he said teachers are not qualified to recognize these things and to make those evaluations. They're not. So why are we saying that parents can keep secrets from them, that we can keep secrets from them? And I do agree that the town of Edison has spoken. They voted these people in. Many people are forgetting that. They voted you in to vote to appeal 5756. And I think that we just need to take a stand and protect these kids because we love them. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's getting late and the disrespect is already starting. My name is Reverend Gregory Quinlan. My sexual identity and orientation is ex-gay. I lived 10 years of my life as an out and open homosexual. I was involved with the Human Rights Campaign Fund.
Reverend, we have your address.
I'm sorry, Parsippany, New Jersey.
Thank you, sir.
I'm with the Center for Garden State Families. We're a Christian family advocacy organization that I founded to advocate for parents and for families. I was in Washington, D.C. when George Herbert Walker Bush signed the Americans with Disabilities Act into law, which included people with AIDS, which is the whole reason I really got involved with the Human Rights Campaign Fund. I'm a nurse. I retired in 2007. While as a nurse, I watched 100 of my friends and acquaintances die of AIDS before I quit counting. So I understand death and carnage. I understand that. And as a pastor, I've been with people who've been in car accidents, who've lost loved ones. One recently lost a son. So I'm aware of that pain and loss.
Yeah, please speak to us.
Speak to us.
The other thing I'd like to talk about too is the misgendering of us. We're not cisgender, that made-up word. We're heterosexual. That's the scientific term. That's the scientific term. Regarding 5756, it is not guidance. It is a license to lie to a parent. 5756 is a directive to keep secrets from a parent. It violates due process, the 14th Amendment. This is why many parents are suing school boards now, because it denies their rights as parents. The 14th Amendment, due process, has been held as a parental right since the end of World War II. Multiple cases with that, and more schools are being sued. The assumption was some about 5756 is that we have to have this 8-year-old policy, this long-standing policy. I've heard that several times tonight. It's 8 years old. It was done at the end of the Christie administration. So it's not a long-standing policy. It's reasonably a new policy. And the assumption is, by some in this room, is that all parents are monsters, and every child must be protected from their parent. That assumption needs to stop. And on the rare occasions when there is a parent that might be unsafe, there are ways to take care of that. But even if there's a parent that doesn't like the decision their child is making, that parent should know. And the school should be there when the child breaks it to their parent so that they can control the situation. And I've seen that happen with other reasons. And what do parents do? They may not like what they're hearing, but they start to get involved with their child to understand their child's behavior. That's how it should be done, not this one-sided idea about a developmental gender identity disorder. Developed, not innate, acquired, not inborn. The American Psychiatric Association in May 2000. There are no replicated scientific studies supporting any specific biologic etiology for anything LGBTQIA-XYZ+++. It doesn't exist. There is no gay gene. The largest gay gene ever done, gay gene study, was released in August of 2019, and that was the Ghana study. 477 sets of human genomes, 477,000 sets of human genomes. That's larger than the city of Newark by 135,000. That study showed that there was not any inclination, nothing whatsoever, not a single gay gene, not a cluster of genes for any of these ideations other than heterosexual, not only male and female. Every 7 years, every cell in your body replicates. And it replicates, if you were born XX, it will replicate XX until the day you die. And that's every 7-year cycle. It doesn't change. This isn't genetic. This is developed. And it's because we have a hypersexualized society, social media. All of this is grooming children, and grooming has to stop. Grooming has to stop. Here's why you need 5756. Some of you probably already know this. Bridgewater Raritan High School teacher sentenced in sex assault of a student. This woman was sexually assaulting a female student for years in the school. And what happened there? The same thing that happens if you keep 5756. Abuse thrives in secrecy. Abuse thrives in secrecy. Stop the secrecy. Bridgewater Raritan High School is being sued. You need to stop the secrecy. Parents need to be involved at every level. And you need to stop the unscientific lies. I even heard somebody reference the Trevor Project. Not reliable. Not reliable. Not reliable. You want to know the statistics on suicide? Those come from Europe. 70% attempt, 40% succeed, and those who have already transitioned fully. That's the problem. Do not keep 5756.
Thank you. Please do not engage with the other audiences. You know, you guys talk to us, respect each other's opinions, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
Okay. Briar Pang, Piscataway resident, lifelong. I would just like to point out that Madam in the black pantsuit, who was the first speaker to speak in favor of 5756 repeal, was a woman, presumably, wearing pants for hundreds of years considered exclusively men's clothing, speaking in a public forum advising elected officials on policy matters. Several of the trans-hostile female speakers to follow had pretty short haircuts. I would hope the irony is not lost here. Do these women think that Alfred Lord Tennyson, or whatever crusty Victorian patriarch they actually worship in place of Christ, would approve of them? Do you think that Donald Trump and his openly chauvinistic, let's repeal women's suffrage, mob give a rat's patoot about your dignity? Don't make me laugh. I don't think I need to spend much time on a speaker directly before me. He can simply go be wrong somewhere else. I am frankly incredibly confused what these people are afraid of. Their voices are shaking as much as the people who actually had something to lose. What rights do cisgender people cede by affirming trans people? I would also ask you to consider that, despite what abusive pieces of who call themselves parents would have you believe, children are not property. Parents are not the owners of their children the way people own cars. If a child knows or even simply believes that their family is not safe to come out to at the time, that child has the right to that privacy. If parents want their children to feel comfortable telling them anything, including I'm trans, try not being explicitly transphobic. If you don't know what having a trans son means, try seeking knowledge instead of assuming there's nothing more to know. Thank you. I have work at 7:30 tomorrow. I should have been home getting ready for bed half an hour ago at least. But please be assured, if this goes as I have an ugly, ugly suspicion it will, and the people who came here into this meeting intending to repeal policy 5756 carry out that intention, this will not be the last time you have to deal with angry constituents. As Christian fundamentalists, who, by the way, there's nothing fundamental about anything they believe to Christianity, love to say, there's a judgment day coming. Best be ready. God fucking bless.
Thank you.
Good evening, Gerald Maglio, Dolores Turco Foundation, Neptune, New Jersey. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. We believe that every human being is created in the image and likeness of God, and therefore we do not discriminate against anyone for any reason. I'd like to thank you for your patience. Thank you for the opportunity to address this committee. Two things for today are the law and the suicide issue. Just a couple things on the law, because you did hear before. Morris County Court, we obviously know the 5756 is not mandatory. And the board, the Hanover board recognized, their legal counsel, that there is no authority that gives minor children an unfettered right of privacy to the exclusion of their parents. You heard about 14th Amendment. I just want to add here that the courts have the U.S. Constitution, the 14th Amendment allows parents to direct the upbringing, education, and care of their minor children, and federal courts, as you heard, are striking down illegal and unconstitutional policies that infringe on these rights. Couple of cases I have here, you may have heard them before. California District, parents' right to make decisions concerning the care, custody, control, and medical care is one of the oldest fundamental liberty interests that Americans enjoy. Another court, again, supporting parental rights, further states the status notion that government power should supersede parental authority in all cases because some parents abuse and neglect children is repugnant to the American tradition. Couple other cases you had heard before. The second thing I may want to bring up right now has to do with the suicide issue. One last case is malpractice case against doctors, a case of Prisha Mosley. At 14, she was sexually assaulted and struggling with anorexia and depression, and she thought she had the wrong body. She was encouraged to follow transition, and it exacerbated her mental health. That included the mutilation of her sexual organs, and now she is suing in a lawsuit. But getting to this suicide, which is a serious public health problem, and it's responsible for more deaths amongst youth, 10 to 24, than any single medical illness. However, suicide is more related to isolation, breakdown of the family, lack of connection to a faith community, and loss of purpose and meaning in life. And parents are the most protective factor for children, and leaving them out only exacerbates this problem. Also, in terms of the suicide issue, the British Medical Journal, and I've sent you this before, but I've provided extra copies again today. This is factual. A lot of the studies out there are unscientific and not accurate. But the British Medical Journal in 2019 concluded puberty blockers are being used in the context of profound scientific ignorance. There are a large number of unanswered questions. You heard of some of them. Adverse events, long-term effects on mental health, quality of life, bone mineral density, osteoporosis, and cognition later in life. Evidence does not support informed decision-making or safe practice in children. You heard about the Swedish, there's another Swedish study that shows a 30-year study, and I think you've heard this before, that after reassignment surgery, transgender patients were 19 times more likely to die of suicide. More on that. Let's see. But I do want to end, and I only have a minute and a half here, with an experience I had in Rome just a couple of weeks ago. I was in Rome for the Pope's funeral, and there were 80,000 teens from all over the world that went on a pilgrimage to honor a millennial, and his name was Carlo Acutis, and he died at 15, and he was scheduled to be canonized then. He's an extraordinary faith, ordinary kid with an extraordinary faith, and I'm going to share a couple of his quotes. "Everyone is born an original, but most die a carbon copy. Sadness is looking at ourselves. Happiness is looking towards God. The only thing we have to ask God for in prayer is the desire to be holy." And he said, when he was dying, "I am happy to die because I have lived my life without wasting a minute on things which do not please God." These teens came seeking a new way to become whole. And in Rome, God showed them the plan to restore broken hearts and to fulfill the longing of love for love in their lives and those of their peers. And I believe they found that answer in the example of Carlo and are ready to share it with the world, and they're on fire. And you will soon discover that it was never about gender ideology or how to use others or oneself for selfish gratification. What it is about is love, because God is love, and with his love, all things are possible. May God bless all of you and give you the wisdom to know his will, the willingness to accept it, and the courage to carry it out.
Thank you. Anthony Mara, I live in Edison. There are only two genders, male and female. God tells us so. He says in the Holy Scriptures, "Have you not read that he who created them from the beginning made them male and female? And for this reason, a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh." In other words, two genders. Not male, female, and a half a dozen others. The science bears this out. We're either XY or XX. The guys are XY, and the gals are XX. In plain terms, the transgender lifestyle is a lie. It's a falsehood. There is such a thing as truth and falsehood in this area, and the transgender lifestyle is a lie. Love works in the area of truth. I love my wife and my kids. Can I say that if I lie to them? I'd like to think we all know, no, we don't lie to our loved ones. We don't lie to anyone. We don't lie to our loved ones. Well, they're living a lie. I love the transgender lives. Those in the LGBT community, you are loved. but the lifestyle is a lie, and it can't be perpetrated or perpetuated in our school system. I've heard a fair amount said about the need for safety. What about safety for the girls? They're competing in athletics. They go to the locker room, they go to the girls' bathroom, and there's a guy in there. Is that safe? That is not safe. That is not safe. I want to read to you something I read last, I think it was Thursday, but it bears repeating. It's from a website called He Cheated. He says he is a girl. Reality is irrelevant. Logic is irrelevant. His physical body and physical sex are irrelevant. His word is law. He alone gets to decide who competes with him and against. Female athletes are not given a choice. He's allowed in the locker rooms where female athletes are changing in a state of undress and a position of vulnerability. They are given no warning. They are given no autonomy over their bodies, no privacy or safe spaces. Every accommodation is made for him. His comfort is of utmost importance. Theirs is dismissed. Female athletes are told this is necessary. He can't join the boys because he doesn't fit in, because he doesn't want to, because he feels uncomfortable around male peers, because competing with girls is good for his mental health.
Please.
Parents, authorities, and athletes.
Nobody interrupted you. Do not interrupt anybody else, please.
Thank you. Parents and authorities and the athlete himself threaten them with his death if he doesn't get to be with them. Their presence is required to treat his depression and poor self-esteem. Girls' feelings are not considered. Girls are are uncomfortable around males, are told to be quiet and to deal with it. Girls' mental health is not a concern. This goes on and on. Where's the safe place for the girls? Not in here. What about regret for the student, or for that man, anyone who changes gender? 5, 10 years, 15 down years. What are you going to say to the student who changes gender? We gave you what you wanted. Really? Would you do that with a drug addict? We'll give you the drugs. No, you don't do that. The guys have an advantage over the girls. Bone structure, muscles, hormones, doesn't matter, does it? Just let them compete against the girls. In my day, that would have been a joke. But no, now it has to be accommodated. This policy perpetuates the lie that a guy can be a girl or a girl can be a guy. The Edison school system is better than that. Don't perpetuate the lie. Abolish this policy and bless the students in this township, so that you set an example for them that the guys should be guys and the girls should be girls. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
David from Edison. To all Edison parents, today, again, all parents are under the full attack by a group of activists. Most are from out of town. They want to take our children away from parents' protection and subject our children to harm. Policy 5756 prohibits educators to notify and involve parents even when there is a life impact decision by very young children. Policy 5756 is not giving very young children freedom to choose. In fact, it's giving certain group of adults exclusive control of our children. Abolish this policy will let the educators and the flexibility to work with parents to figure out the best outcome for our children. For young children, parents are presumed to act in the child's best interest, not government, not social activists, not those transgender service providers. Most of the previous arguments oppose abolition of this policy is under the false accusation that abolish this policy is to force school to discriminate those children. In fact, as it was explained earlier, abolish this policy is going to give educators and parents work together for our children. If policy 5756 is not abolished, it can subject many of our children to exploitation, predatory action by maybe a few people in that group. For example, if a people who is providing this kind of transgender service, and if they want more patients to earn more money, they can manipulate the young children to make the wrong decision because their parents is in the dark. For example, if a child is deceived in the school and made the wrong decision to change gender, and later on, in adult, he's going to regret. It's only the child and his family who is going to take the consequence, not those service providers. They are talking about inclusive, but what they want is exclusive. They want to exclude all parents from the involvement of the important decision made by their children and can subject their children to harm. So, to all of the board members, if you really care about most of the children, policy 5756 must be appealed. Parents' involvement is vital to the safety of our children, and Edison residents has said it loudly and clearly last year in election. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Right. Respect each other, okay? Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is...
No. If you want to talk, and come to the podium. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diego Jimenez. I am from Elmwood Park, but my friends live in this district, and they were very concerned. And they know how I am, so I volunteered to talk on their behalf. But first, thank you, everyone, for allowing me to be here, and thank you for the Board of Ed. I understand this is a voluntary position, and last time we were here for like 5 hours, and it's pretty late right now, too. So thank you for being attentive to that. So I know it's getting hot and heavy here, but I appreciate the patience, and everyone here is here because they care.
Thank you.
So I'm an engineer by trade, a former educator in language, specifically Spanish and Mandarin, and a loving partner of a wonderful non-binary person. And I came with something prepared, but after hearing everybody speak, they just kind of echoed everything I was going to say. All the studies, all the personal experiences, and I was like, do I even need to be here? But I think every voice matters, and I think every experience is important. My partner at the time came out to me as non-binary, and let's just say I didn't handle it well. I was not supportive. I was not there for them the way they should have, or I should have been there for them. But eventually I grew. I started reading. I started talking to my friends in the community and started learning and started seeing what they were actually going through. And some of them had the luxury of having a loving household, loving parents they could feel like they could come to, but others didn't. Others told me they got kicked out at 16. Others told me when they came out, either gay or trans, they got hit and then kicked out. And it's a common trend I've noticed. And I sat here and I listened to everybody speak, and sometimes I would hear things I didn't like, but that's what's beautiful about our country. We can say our different opinions, and we can exert our First Amendment right to free speech. And I think that's what's beautiful about this country. But I've noticed certain things going on between both sides, things I want to point out to you. The side is for the appeal didn't really state any direct contact with any trans, gay, or queer people in their life or in society or anyone around them. Not from what I've heard, and it's important. If you're not exposing yourself to other ideas, other people, how are you supposed to grow? And it was all from and what I'm noticing also is they're from a certain generation that wasn't an insult. That it's just a different generation, a different school of thought, a different way of how things were. And there was a need for that control. My parents are like that, but they've grown and you know, after tons of fights with me, but they grew whether they liked it or not. And also I just noticed that the lack of empathy towards the actual children. Everything I've heard was more towards showing this room, showing this board that what they believe is right, and you're not gonna tell me otherwise. I didn't feel the passion for the kids. I did for a few, I did. And I'm not gonna discredit that. They are caring people and they're here for a reason, and I understand that and I respect it. But what I noticed from the other side, the side against this appeal, is people from all diverse backgrounds. You have teachers, parents, doctors, therapists, engineers, and actually students whose lives will be affected by this. Their friends will be affected by this. If anything happens to even one child, it's worth me being here. And every single time a child is affected, a child is hurt, they have friends. They have other parts of the family that actually care. And those people have to deal with it too. And you've heard cited studies, firsthand experiences, and pure empathy towards one another, especially the children. So, with that in mind, I'll also leave you with a question. What happens when the ACLU or the NJ Civil Rights Department of the Attorney General's office gets wind of this or decides to take action? Does the board have enough money to be able to defend that? To me, the decision isn't difficult. There's empathy, there's love, and there's care, and there's room for growth. But there has to be the want to grow, the want to hear others, and put yourself in their shoes. So please, live with empathy, choose love, and just do the right thing.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lydia, and I'm a constituent in Edison. I'm the mental health clinician who works with families in crisis and spoke last week about how policy 5756 prevents suicides by allowing children to have trust in their counselors and teachers that they may be themselves and not be outed to families that may abuse them. I want to clear up some facts, as there appeared to be some misunderstandings by some of the other speakers last week and this week. It is not the act of transitioning that increases suicide risk. It is feeling unaccepted by families, communities, and feeling unsafe that causes a feeling of having no way out but death. This is common knowledge in the field of mental health care, for which I am professionally licensed and nationally certified, and have a master's degree and 7 years experience saving lives. As a clinician and friend, I have witnessed the incredible harm unacceptance and abuse has done to others. Also, according to Rutgers Medical School, one must be at least 18 years old to receive gender affirmation surgery in New Jersey. This surgery is not for children. Also, I understand you think that leaving it up to a teacher's discretion will protect children. I would like to think that most teachers have their students' best interests in mind, but they may also make mistakes and could accidentally out a child who lives in a home that will abuse them. Or possibly a teacher may think that this is an okay thing to do and keep that thought to themselves. Policy 5756 prevents this. And another message to LGBT+ youth. No matter what happens, no matter who fails to respect who you are, take care of yourself so you can make it to adulthood and join us in advocacy if you can't do safely right now. Please reach out to the Trevor Project or 911 if you need to. Just as it was proven by the brave LGBT+ individuals, domestic violence survivors, and other allies who shared last week and today, it gets better and you are supported. And a message to those who continue to struggle with accepting those who are LGBT+. Many of you say that you love the LGBT+ community, and I believe you. Love can be difficult sometimes, especially when someone is different than you and is experiencing something that you have not experienced yourself. Love demands active listening and self-reflection. Consider where you are getting the information you are presenting today and for what else they are advocating. For example, the Heritage Foundation, who is known for anti-transgender rhetoric, also supports lesser restrictions on tobacco products, the abolishment of birthright citizenship, mass deportation of immigrants, and the ever-infamous Project 2025. Again, I urge you to reach out to PFLAG, to educate yourself further, receive support for the difficult feelings you are facing, and find ways religion is congruent with LGBT+ rights. Board, once again, I urge you to protect policy 5756. Thank you.
Thank you. So just want to say it's getting late. So after the people who are standing in line, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back again. Okay? After 1, 2, 3, 4, after 4 people, we're going to take a break. We'll come back again. Thank you for your understanding. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jenny. I live in Edison. I've been a 25 years resident here. I have 2 kids, all grew up in Edison and went through the public school system. I was here, I was in the meeting last Thursday. I listened to many, LGBTQ transgender community today, and I remember I shared the story for my daughter. Now I can imagine if the same conversation I had with my daughter like 10 years ago, probably dramatically changed. I remember my daughter came to me when she was 6 years old. She wants to be a boy because she always looked up her brother whatever her brother does, she'll follow up karate, any sports. And I told her, sorry, you cannot change to a boy because God created you just a girl. We cannot change. And if you look at your brother, you want to do sports or anything, you still can do it. You don't have to be a boy to do it. And besides, I already had a boy. I don't want a girl. Now, 10 years later, she became a young, beautiful lady. She still loves sports. She still prefer to wear the pants, t-shirts, to the dresses, but it's okay. She embraced her sex, right? Her female. You don't have to change. And you cannot change to something, because we all know, as a parents, as teacher, or scientific, you cannot change to today you're a girl, tomorrow you change something. No matter how hard you tried, right? To a hormone blocker, surgery, it won't change anything, right? You put a fake part, cut your healthy part and put the fake one, will not change your sex at all. You got to know. And I don't know why this 56 policy even exists, got implemented. Because just like previous, parents shared, it's a totally lie, right? What the real educator should do, you should guide your kids based on the truth, not their feeling. Oh, I feel I want to be big. To be a boy make me feel good. To be a girl make me feel good. But it's not the truth, right? You should tell them, embrace who you are. Even you're not a boy, you still can do lots of things boy does. But you don't have to compete with them. Why? God created everyone unique. The right education should tell them, embrace yourself, who you are. And this policy, I don't understand, totally insane. You make, parents enemy to their kids. School and parents supposed to team, allies. The well-being of every kid is your first concern, especially priority for the parents. I believe most parents care about their kids. And how can you hide something from their parents, especially when they're so young, especially when in the age, they're very easily to confused. They cannot tell what is black and white. For the past 10 years, I read the number, right? 18% of the transgenders are very young, like between 13 and 17. The number doubles, right? And Gen Z, about 8% identify as transgenders or non-binary. A significant increase compared to older generation. Why is that? Because our technology, we change the genetic. That's a totally lie, because the social influence. I think school should do the right thing. You should build a barrier to block those, toxic ideologies. Not embrace them. Tell them, you should go by your feelings. Feeling is wrong, it's a lie. I feel sorry for the LGBT community and transgenders. I don't know what they go through. Everyone must go through something differently, there's story behind it. But when we send our kids to the school to learn the knowledge, to prepare your skill set, another thing, we want our kids to be a good citizen, to be a better person, and one day can do something better, make the world better. Not, to learn some toxic ideologies, to harm them. to give them some lies, to feed them of lies. If, I have a younger kids, I'll be afraid to send my kids to schools because I don't know what kind of educators they're running into.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mariah. I'm from Highland Park. I wanted to thank you all for being here. I don't have much to say. I was not planning to say anything. I was just coming here as support. So I'll be brief. I want to actually thank everybody who is speaking on behalf of abolishing 5756 because I think they proved the point. I cede my time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cal Reinhard from North Brunswick. I'm a labor activist and transgender man. I'm very frustrated tonight that tons of wonderful and eloquent speakers have come to educate you and share their personal stories with you, and I still believe that those of you who voted to repeal 5756 on Thursday will do so again tonight. And that's without touching on the blatant contempt that the board has demonstrated for the public tonight. So I am not here to appeal to you. I'm not here to waste my breath. I'm here to tell the transgender students who will have to live with your decisions. No one, not even your parents, knows more about you than you know about yourself. You are the expert on yourself. And I see you, kids who are transgender and will live in a more dangerous school district because of this. I see you and I believe you. You are loved, you are wanted, you are brave and strong, and you are valuable for who you are, which is transgender. Even if your parents or loved ones can't see that. As I said before, I think trying to persuade you is a waste of time. I am not as kind or generous as the many people who have spoken to you tonight. With hope in their hearts about you swaying your vote, I watched myself and many others bear their hearts to you on Thursday to no effect, so tonight I will try a different tactic, and that is this. I promise to personally make sure that as many people in Edison as possible know how you vote tonight. I promise to make your decision tonight follow you for the rest of your career as much as I have the power to. I will flyer, I will place signs, and I will make people sick of hearing about tonight's events. And if you don't believe me, I've already made art files for every single one of you who voted repeal on Thursday. That promise is not to you. That promise is to every transgender student in Edison Township who deserve to know that their trans and cis elders will fight for them until they have the safety, freedom, and liberty they deserve. And I will not cede my remaining time. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are
Excuse
normal
me, one
students.
person at a time.
Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a natural, innate, normal way to be a human. Transgender students are normal students. Being trans is a normal, innate, normal way to be a human, and I hope you enjoyed this
Thank
preview
you.
of what
Thank
it's like
you.
to be
Thank
transgender
you.
in the cisgender
Thank
society.
you. We're gonna take a break after this person.
Okay. Number one, I want to thank you for letting me speak. I know it is 11:56. My name is Sarah Rose Salus. I am a junior at Rutgers University, double majoring in art history and environmental studies. Along with this, I am the president of the Canterbury House and Quack, Queer and Christian, both ran by the Episcopalian ministry on Rutgers campus. We serve residents all over the residential area, mostly from Highland Park, Edison, and Metuchen. If you are not familiar with Episcopalians, we are the Christians who do not laugh at child suicides, unlike my friends in the back. As a Christian, my faith requires me to fight and speak out for the life and protections of every human being. Repealing protections would cause your students to suffer, not only emotionally, but academically. Grades suffer, quality of life diminishes, and people die. These protections that you're proposing to repeal will not just affect transgender students, but all LGBTQ students and non-affiliated students close to them. Kids are smarter than what we give them credit for. They can understand when classmates disappear. They can understand when classmates are absent, and they can understand when classmates die. This is a matter of life or death for these children, and it should not be this way. Now, I'd like to read a testimonial from my childhood friend. He and I were inseparable for many years. He is currently recovering from surgery and is not able to be here tonight. Hello, I am a transgender man, meaning I was born a female but have transitioned to male. I'll get straight to the point. If I didn't transition, I would be dead. If I didn't have the support from friends and family to start transitioning, I would be dead. At the age of 9, I decided I would be dead at the age of 16. There was no doubt in my mind that would happen. I did not know I was transgender yet, but a 9-year-old planning their death despite having a loving family and many friends should be concerning, no? At 13, I realized I was a man. I socially transitioned, meaning no surgeries because, again, minor, that doesn't happen when you're a minor, and figured it was my last chance to make things right. That turned out to be what saved my life. I am 21 now. I still don't know if I'll make it to 30, especially with the current political climate. I have friends and family who have supported me through thick and thin, but that only does so much when you aren't considered someone considered someone worth protecting legally. If it weren't for my high school fully supporting my transition, I doubt I would have made it very long. If the protections on transgender students are repealed, expect an increase in student deaths. I want to live without fear, without worrying how many years I have left. I am too young for that. And other transgender students likely can echo that sentiment. That is the end of his testimony. Also, question, are you sure you want to be sued with $4 million in your budget now? Are you sure you want that? May God have mercy on you and show you love.
Excuse me, talk to us. Don't engage other audiences.
I didn't. I blessed them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're gonna take a break. We're gonna come back. So, everyone will have opportunity to speak. Stay around. 30 minutes. Probably another 5-10 minutes. We're gonna resume. Please be seated. So we'll continue the public comments on the policy resolution. So anyone who wants to speak who has not been speaking, now it's your turn.
Gary Morris, Fanwood. I thought I'd...
Fanwood?
Fanwood, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I know it's small. Quick story. There was a high school senior named Mary. She was the only female member of her track team in 1979 when she ran the 800 meters in 2 minutes, 12 seconds. In case you don't know, that's a really good time for the 800 meters. Mary hoped to continue running track at Manhattan College, but unfortunately, after she got accepted, she found out the school did not have a women's track team. Rather than switch to a different school, she volunteered to be the team manager for the men's track team. In 1983, the coach asked her to give the new track recruits a tour of the campus. She met a young runner named Willie, and they eventually fell in love. Willie became one of the top 400-meter runners in the country, and he made it to the semifinals of the 1984 U.S. Olympic trials. In 1986, Mary and Willie were married. They went on to have 4 children who also enjoyed running. Their youngest daughter began breaking school records almost as soon as she entered high school. She was a semifinalist in the 2016 Olympics at the age of 16, and she has since gone on to win 4 Olympic gold medals while also breaking the world record in the 400-meter hurdles 6 times. In case you have not guessed already, Willie and Mary's daughter is New Jersey's Sydney McLaughlin, who went to school just a few miles from here. Here is something you may not know. Although Sydney is one of the best female track athletes in history, she was ranked 2nd in her immediate family in the 400-meter hurdles. Her brother, Taylor, runs the 400-meter hurdles 2 seconds faster than his sister, and the hurdles he jumps over are 6 inches higher than what his sister jumps over. In the flat 400-meter track event, Sydney is ranked 3rd in her family because her father and brother both have posted better times than her. It may seem very obvious, but biological males have an unfair advantage over females. Women and girls' sports have really advanced quite a bit since Sydney's mom was in school. She went from not having a team in college to being the mom of a world champion who is a role model for millions of young girls dreaming of becoming a champion. I've read her book. It's really amazing. Let's do the right thing and abolish policy 5756 and preserve girls' sports. Scotch Plains Fanwood High School right now has the #1 ranked boys volleyball team in the state. I've had the pleasure of going to watch these games. There's one guy on the team, he's like 6'3", 6'4". He literally spikes the ball so hard, it goes up and almost hits the ceiling. The thing is, If he were to play on the girls' team, he would get to play with a net that is 7.5 inches lower. The average height of a biological male is 5 inches taller than a female. The average vertical leap of a biological male is 4 inches higher than the leap of a female. This is a matter of fairness and safety. Please abolish 5756 and protect girls' sports. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I am Lanfeng Li. I live in Bridgewater, but Edison is near and dear for me. I come here every Sunday for my kids' activities. And I have friends here, for example, one of the ladies who spoke earlier today. I'm here to address this esteemed board on behalf of myself as a private citizen, not representing any entity. I heard some prior comments tonight that there was no incidence of harm from this policy. Logically, to prove something doesn't exist, you have to exhaust all possibilities. Have you looked? Have you listened? Have you exhausted all places to prove that no harm has been done? If you haven't, how do you say that no harm was ever done? So with that, I want to read a letter that I was given the permission to read here. This is from a former transgender student who would like to remain anonymous. This is a letter from Sam, going forward. I am a former transgender student. I identified as a transgender during the last 2 years of my time in public school. I changed my name and pronouns and had long hair like a girl. It started with me not liking my body as I went through puberty. With the information I became aware of, the idea of being transgender set in. The thought of being unconditionally accepted was really comforting and gave me something to look forward to, especially while I was struggling with anxiety and social challenges. When I spoke with my school counselor, I was affirmed as a transgender immediately. There was no questions asked. Then after that, a lot changed. I lost some friends. Within the transgender circle, I felt accepted, at least for a while. But soon, the bullying started within that circle. I wasn't feminine enough. My hair was too greasy. Things went downhill day after day. Eventually, I had no acceptance from people who were transgender and no acceptance from those who were. Bathrooms was a challenge. I was not allowed to use the boys' or the girls' bathrooms, and the gender-neutral options were far away. All of this seriously affected my mental health as well as my daily activities. As time went on, I did not feel like I was transgender anymore. But being surrounded by the same people, the same protocol, and the same environment of affirmation, I felt like there was no way back. I had made a decision about my gender, and that was it. No way out. All of this led me to eventually drop out of school after 2 years. After that, my mental health, behavior, and academics improved. I detransitioned back to my birth gender of being a boy. I just finished my GED 2 years ahead of time. I still face emotional challenges from time to time, but I am no longer suicidal like I was during the 2 years I identified as transgender. Studies show that about 90% of children who express transgender feelings spontaneously lose those feelings over time. I am one of them. I would have loved to hear that detransitioning is normal and it's okay. From my personal experience, I oppose policy 5756. I wish the school had taken a more neutral approach. I wish they had provided real counseling or asked my parents to seek professional support. Instead, it was immediate affirmation. I suffered a lot of mental stress and confusion. Now, I am no longer suicidal, and I've come to realize there's more to life than the question of whether I'm a boy or a girl. That's the end of Sam's letter. This child's life and school experience has been negatively affected. He could have enjoyed the school life with his peers. There are many other youth who did transition you can look up and listen to. There are kids who transitioned and felt misled but couldn't go back from the irreversible damages to their body, that they'd give up on their life. Any one of these cases would be too many. Children need to be protected from medical malpractice, misdiagnosis, and subsequent wrong and dangerous treatment, potentially. You may argue that the gender transition medical treatment are backed by professionals, but they can be wrong. So, the stakes are children, that's too big. Repealing 5756 would be the caring, responsible, and right thing to do to protect the youth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Brett Baker, Edison, New Jersey. At risk of running out of time, I'd be remiss as a social scientist, a political scientist, and an educator to not note that the reason this policy exists is to prevent something that happened earlier tonight. This board wants me to believe that this board and the district will follow all rules related to anti-discrimination, and yet will an individual in this crowd intentionally misgendered a student of this district. Not only did the board president sit silent, not only did the board attorney sit silent, but my superintendent sat silent. I don't care about the First Amendment. If the board is not going to stand up for a student, then you don't understand the conversation about being trans. That's where I draw my line. Now, with that here to say, I'm here to obviously ask you to vote no on the repeal of policy 5756. This isn't something that's complicated. It's about whether or not we believe transgender students should be treated with dignity, whether they should be called by their names, referred to by the pronouns they use, and allowed to show up at school as themselves. Let me say this plainly, policy 5756 doesn't make any child trans. It doesn't encourage them to be trans, and repealing it won't make any student less trans. What policy 5756 does do is make school a safer place for the students who already are. Let me be even clear about what this policy does. It recognizes the diversity of transgender students. It gives guidance to educators on how to support these students in the most basic human ways by calling them by their chosen name, using the correct pronouns, and respecting their identity. It ensures that these students, many of whom are facing challenges that most of us can't imagine, are seen and supported at school, and at risk of sort of standardizing, returning everything back to the classroom and the discretion of the teacher. I can only imagine what it would be like if 30 teachers had 30 different approaches to bed bugs in the classroom. Repealing this policy sends a message not just to trans students, but to all students that their identity might be up for debate. And you know me, and you know how much I love my son. Don't touch me when it comes to that topic. Who they are can be questioned, that the adults in charge might not have their back. That message is harmful, especially coming from educators. And it's not grounded in the reality of our schools. The loudest voices pushing for repeal are not the ones most impacted by this policy. They're not the transgender students in our schools, many of whom have bravely come before this body multiple times in the past couple of years. I've watched your eye rolls and your disengagement. They are not the parents of transgender students. They are not the educators who are on the front line supporting these kids every day. In fact, the parents of trans students, the ones who actually live this reality, are asking you to keep this policy in place. They did so last week. The teachers who work with these students, despite the misinformation being spread, are not calling en masse for this policy to be repealed. In fact, many of them are quietly asking you to protect it. Quiet because they're absolutely terrified at the repercussions personally and professionally of speaking out. Terrified because of the culture this board has created around this policy. So what happens if you don't listen and vote to repeal policy 5756? Simply put, bless you, you'll have made schools less safe for a vulnerable group of children in order to satisfy a group of adults who are unaffected by the outcome, some of whom don't even live in this district. You will have told teachers who are looking to this board for guidance and direction, figure it out on your own. And you will have told trans students, like the one who was here today, that when you say all students, that it comes with an asterisk, except for you. And you'll be doing it under the false claim that teachers support this repeal. I want to pause on that for a moment because that claim has dangerous implications and the potential of doing real damage. I've heard some board members say more than once that teachers are overwhelmingly asking for 5756 to be repealed. But if you talk to teachers, the ones in the classroom working with trans students every day, that's not what you hear. What you'll hear is the opposite. Edison's teachers are not flooding this board with requests to repeal the policy. What many of them want is clear guidance on how to protect students. They want to do the right thing, and this policy helps them do that. So if we're going to talk about what teachers want, let's be honest, and if we're going to make decisions in the name of parents, let's be sure we're listening to the ones who are actually impacted. And I can't believe I need to say this to people who claim to care about kids, but if we're supposed to be making decisions with the best interest of kids in mind, shouldn't we be listening to the kids impacted by this policy? Because here's what I haven't heard. I haven't heard parents of trans students say this policy is harmful. I haven't heard them say their kid is confused or misled or indoctrinated, whatever that word's supposed to mean. And I haven't heard trans students, heck, I haven't heard any student tonight come to this podium and say that this policy is harmful, that Edison's policy 5756 and that this district is indoctrinating children. I haven't heard that. I've only heard bigots from out of town say that. What I have heard is fear that without policies like this one, their child won't be protected at school. Fear that my child won't be protected at school. Fear that their identity will be up for debate, or worse, that it will be ignored. And honestly, I share that fear. Because if we're willing to toss out a policy that protects a marginalized group of kids, not because it's broken, but because it's somehow become politically inconvenient to have the policy, what does that say about who we are? What does it say to the next kid who's wondering if it's safe to be themselves in our schools? The kid who's going to wake up tomorrow morning, pack their lunchbox, and wonder if it's okay to go to school? What does it say to their teacher? What does it say to every other student watching how we treat the most vulnerable among them? Look, if there are questions about how we communicate with parents or how this policy interacts with state guidance, let's talk about it. Let's strengthen it. Let's improve clarity and communication. That's how good policy works. It evolves with care and collaboration. Right now, it feels less like policymaking and more like political posturing. We're treating vulnerable students as a wedge issue, and I know that many of you in your hearts don't want that. You didn't run for board to score points in a culture war. You ran because you care about students, about learning, and about making this district stronger. 5756 isn't radical, it's not dangerous, it's not even controversial to the people who are closest to it. It's the baseline of human decency, and we cannot treat the most vulnerable students in our district as collateral damage in someone else's agenda. Please vote no.
Thank you.
Was wonderful. My name is Alex Kuska. I live in Edison, New Jersey. I'm a proud graduate of Edison High School. I wanted to address a few things said here today. Some speakers were talking about religion as a reason to repeal policy 5756. And to that I have to say, if you as an educator cannot put aside your religious beliefs to do what is best for your students, you should not be in education. And any argument that uses religion as a basis to put children in harm's way is null. And on that same note, any argument, period, no reason is reason enough to put children in harm's way. And that's what we need to be thinking about when we're thinking about repealing 5756. Back to the God issue, which should be a non-issue as this is a school, a public school. You cannot preach the love of God when the words you say are actively pushing people away from tolerance and acceptance. And tolerance and acceptance is the love of God. But this is not about God. It's not even an issue of whether transgender people are real. We know that they are real. Transgender and gender nonconforming people have always existed biologically as intersex people, and socially in communities like the Hijra community in India. And they will continue to exist. There are countless historical accounts and medical peer-reviewed journals to support this. This is an issue about the safety of trans students. And it has been harped on over and over and over again tonight. I know it has been said before, but this will be blood on your hands. When I went to high school, I knew people who did not come out to their parents, who still are not out to their parents, because they would get kicked out. I knew people who had a bag packed underneath their bed with all of their essentials for a week minimum because they were in fear of getting kicked out. And this policy is exactly what protects them. And it's that protection that we have to value. Another note, on a lighter matter, a lot of people have been talking about using the restroom. As someone who uses the female restroom, I have never once felt unsafe going to the bathroom with women, with transgender women, with non-binary people. Never felt unsafe as a result of it. Also, it's not like people are trans just to go to the women's bathroom. That's not happening, not a thing. And to the people here who feel sorry for me because I am queer, I don't want your pity. I want you to pick up a book, a medical peer-reviewed journal perhaps, and educate yourself and come back to this conversation knowing a little bit more about trans issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Rivera, Edison. This is like, I got shorter or this got funnier? I apologize. Good evening. Brian Rivera, Edison. I come here before you tonight as a father of 2 students that attend Edison, an educator, a resident, union vice president, 25 years in education, a former Board of Education member that sat next to all of yous. I'm someone that believes in transparency, accountability, and doing what's right for all of our students in our community. I'm deeply concerned not only about the proposed removal of Policy 5756, which directly impacts students, families, and staff, but also about how this issue has been handled from the beginning. Policy 5756, designed to protect some of our most vulnerable students, was placed on the agenda for removal without prior discussion, without input from all board members, and without legal guidance being shared with the full board. The last conversation I had with Mr. Roth, as a board member, he told us to stay far away from this. He said, do not engage in this policy. So I don't understand. He's still sitting with you and we're engaging with this policy. So that's why I don't understand. I really believe the full board was not giving any information or any guidance. This lack of transparency became even more apparent when the chair of the policy committee publicly stated at the last meeting that he was unaware the policy was even being placed on the agenda. When questioned, the board president responded by saying, I can do that, and followed up with the remark, how else am I going to get it abolished? That comment alone makes it clear that there was never an intention to engage in open dialogue with the full board. It shows disregard for transparency, proper governance, and the collaborative process that should guide decisions of this magnitude. So last week I had some questions that were never answered, so I figured I'd come last, so maybe they'll be answered. Well, I apologize, Ms. Conway. To Jerry, Ralph, and Shannon, you were all board members when this policy was reviewed multiple times. It went to committee 3 times, and then it was voted on for the first reading and the second reading. You all voted yes. My question to you is what has changed? You know, why is it an issue now, 5 years later? I respectfully ask each of you to clearly state your position because there's people in the audience that want to know why. We haven't heard the why. To Ralph, you served as a teacher, a vice principal, principal, security officer, and you're currently in the classroom. With your broad experience in education and student safety, are you comfortable voting to remove a policy meant to protect students, especially some of our most vulnerable? To Anjita, Ronek, and Vishal. As board members, I ask you to consider this. If a student feels unsafe or unsupported in sharing their gender identity or sexual orientation at home, do you believe the school has the responsibility to provide that student with a safe, confidential space? If so, how do you think removing policy 5756 would impact students in that situation? I want to end my comments by saying abolishing policy 5756 without a new policy ready and vetted is irresponsible and undermines the district's duty to protect all students. My suggestion is to take a responsible path and to engage all stakeholders, including students, parents, educators, legal experts, the LGBTQ and advocacy groups, and draft a new policy that maintains protections while addressing any concerns. Only then should the policy be replaced. Other than that, I'm asking you to not abolish this policy. Thank you. And if you want to answer my questions, I would appreciate it.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle. Well, we're all talking about policy 5756. You heard from residents. You heard from out-of-towners. You heard Ginny White's suggestion. By the way, I'm so proud of you. Yet, I stand here with a horrible feeling that things will not change. Please, if you really want to antagonize me, prove me wrong. And depending on the outcome, do you think this discussion is really going to go away? You've had someone in this audience, I want to say the past year, coming month after month after month, meeting after meeting after meeting. Well, now we have a larger audience. I wonder if these people will be coming back month after month after month to remind you that you might have, but I have a chance, you could prove me wrong, that you did the right thing or you didn't do the right thing. And that's all I have to say about that. Are we still, I still have time, do we get another public discussion after this regarding committees and questions regarding committees?
Are you done with your questions? I'm going to answer you when you're done.
Well, I'm just going to say it.
The-
On
the-
a different note,
Yes, see?
I didn't get a finance and facilities minutes in the sheets. So now you don't have to answer me, Jerry. Thank you.
You don't have to answer, right? I was going to answer you, but you say I don't have to answer, so I'm not going to, answer you. So you said that. With that said, do we have any other public comments on policy? See
Motion
none?
to close. Motion
Okay.
to close.
Do I have a
Public
second?
comment
I
on
second.
policy.
Okay. Do I need a roll call or you know what, let's do a
That was a
roll call.
motion to close public comment,
Correct,
correct?
on policy.
We're on policy.
On the
Public
policy only.
comments. So you can still have your comments. Do any board member have any comments before we vote?
Well, wait a minute. Take the vote to close public comment.
Okay.
Then put the motion and a second on, then you have debate. So close the public comment first.
Okay. Okay,
Take
so
a
we'll,
motion.
well,
Ralph and Jen.
all right, so, okay. So we'll do a roll call.
Roll call. Mr. Erica.
Yes.
Mr. Ronak Patel.
Yes.
Mr. Lugo.
This is the closed public comments, right?
Public
Yes.
comments
Yes.
on policy.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Anjana Patel.
Yes.
Mr. Romano.
Yes.
Ms. White.
Yes.
Ms. Peng.
Yes.
Mr. Vishal Patel.
Yes.
Mr. Shea.
Yes.
Closed.
Now can I have a motion to approve policies?
Thank you.
A motion to approve policies.
Motion.
Do I have a second?
I say.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're gonna open up for board member comments?
Yeah, now you do.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Any board member who have any comments before we vote?
I'm sorry, who's the second, Mr. President?
Ronick.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Jerry, thank you. Just to let you know, I will be voting no, but my comment is I've listened to the public, and I still believe the public is spoken, and I'm going to vote no. But the facts are is that I have to protect students. That's what my job is. My job is to see that it runs well. My job is to hire the best people, the best associates, the best superintendent, the best BA. Now, I have concerns with a couple of numbers that the BA talked about, but that's not it. I personally believe, from all the testimony that I've heard, that 5756, I'm not going to vote to repeal it. It's going to stay. The public has spoken. All of the public has spoken. There are people are talking, and there's a separation of church and state. You see, that's one of the big issues now. If you want to come here and you want to talk to public education, you understand? Public education. There's a separation of church and state. I believe in that. Now, when you come here and talk about church or you talk about God, it has nothing to do with the Board of Ed. Now, the people have spoken, and I 100%, I will vote not to repeal. Thank you, Board President.
Any other board members? See none, can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Errico.
Yes.
Mr. Ronak Patel.
Yes.
Mr. Lugo.
No.
Ms. Anjana Patel.
Yes.
Mr. Romano.
Excuse me.
No.
So you guys voting no on all the policies? You understand that?
I understand that.
Okay,
No.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. White?
Okay, my position remains the same. So for policy 5756, I am a no.
Noted.
Everything else is a yes?
Everything else is a yes.
Everything else is a yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Penn?
Yes.
Mr. Vishal Patel?
Yes.
President Shi?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Excuse me. Okay, so we're gonna move on. So next up, committee reports. First is Special Ed Committee. Ronak.
So special education had a meeting on May 7th at 4:30 p.m. and the attendees were myself, Dr. Tuhi, and Mrs. White. In this meeting, we have talked about the district conducted throughout review of statement of assurance from all interested private licensed childcare centers in Edison. Following the review, partners were selected to serve as a preschool location for 2025-26 school year. All second-year preschool student has been guaranteed a seat. Families are asked to confirm this information in Genesis if they have not already done so. First-year preschool student placement will be determined by lottery. The lottery drawing is scheduled for the June 4th. The total grant application will be approximately $3 million, which aligns with the average state awards. And the district looks forward to productive preschool program in 2025-26 school years. And that concludes the report.
Thank you. So, finance facility, Vishal.
Yep, hello. The finance and facility meeting happened on May 12th from 4:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. In the attendance was Vishal Patel, Ralph Errico,
Ronak Patel, Jarishi, and school administration. We discussed purchase of 430 Talmadge and 50 Lilac. We also discussed the JMI bid awards and financing authorization. And we discussed the professional services for 2026, architect and attorney. For facilities, there are no change orders. And we discussed the JP Stevens Science Lab improvement. And that's the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So we also had a meeting yesterday. In attendance was myself, Ronak Patel, and the administration team. So the meeting was to review the healthcare renewal marketing. They marketed our business. So July, the RFP renewal marketing, NJOSC compliant RFP medical, it was released on March 21st and due on April 4th, received 2 bids and 2 declines. The health insurance broker performed the claims pricing analysis. And for dental, they also released on March 21st and due on April 4th, and received 3 bids and 6 declined. They also performed a self-funded Aetna analysis. Reinsurance, this is for, what you call it, for, what's the word for that, the reinsurance? Stop loss, I'm sorry. We released on May 12th, and it will be due on May 30th. The final reinsurance will be finalized on June 15th. They also performed the renewal report, revised budget projection, and we're very happy to report. Can I say that yet or no? Okay. So we are getting some additional information from the health broker. We will finalize the vendors and the premiums very soon. So stay tuned. So that was yesterday. Didn't have the time to write all the minutes. Okay, so next up, we have a Curriculum and Technology and Student Achievement Committee. Mrs. Ben.
The Curriculum Committee had the meeting on April 23rd from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. at Ed Center. Attendee are myself, Jerry Shi, Vishal Patel, Ronak Patel, Dr. Cohen, and Dr. Adarali. A few updates. I'll try to be short. The administration has adopted a new app, Parent Square. This is to unify communications across all grades, K to 12, because currently we're using different apps to communicate with parents. So this platform will replace multiple tools with one consistent user-friendly system, improving communication for parents, teachers, and coaches. We have an update on the Biomedical Academy at JP. 24 students have been officially admitted to the Biomedical Science Academy. Notification email have been sent. We look forward to hearing any feedback from parents and students. We have a Computer Science Academy updates. The review process for scores and prerequisite is still underway. Acceptance email are expected to be sent out this summer. We also discussed the pathways and programs for 2026 to 2027. We have planned for new pathways, including business, pre-med, pre-law, and trade and technical careers pathway, among the others. That's it. I'll go over the next meeting, the next report next meeting. I think I'll, cut this one short.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
Any other committee? See none? It's open for public comments. Anything? Come to the podium.
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle. I did not get the minutes of the Finance Committee either meeting. So I saw the curriculum, I saw the special ed, but it's finding very funny that we did not get the Finance and Facilities Committee minutes, because I do like to read them just in case I have a question. But when you go through them the way you do, I don't get a chance to question anything that I've heard. So I know I've brought this up numerous times, and there for a couple of meetings I did get them, but I guess tonight there was a very good reason for them not being there. And on another note, I'm very disappointed, and we'll have to see. Maybe next year, with a different board, it'll be brought back, just like this was brought back this year. Next year, it could be the same. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Thank you. I just want to let you know from my report, the meeting did not end until probably 6:30 last night, so I did not have a chance to write my committee report. And I work full-time, sorry. I work full-time. I have other family events I have to take every night, with all due respect.
Yeah, but responsibility.
Okay. Yeah. So, any other public comments? See none, can I have a motion to close? Okay, oh, Mike, I'm sorry.
I will be quick for the sake of time. So I just want to jump on top of Mr. Ross, what he said before. Again, congratulating the staff today that was recognized. Basically they stand out as the best this year. However, it's on a daily basis from Dr. Aldarelli and his staff up here through all the buildings, my members, our certificated or non-certificated. I know he believes left out custodians, our bus drivers, our teacher aides, everyone that does a fantastic job in giving the kids in Edison perhaps the best education in the state of New Jersey for a public school. Second thing, I was going to say it was easier for me to dress this morning in a tie pick, but now I have to say yesterday morning, I wore my flag tie in respect for Memorial Day. So happy Memorial Day coming up to everyone. While you're sitting around and going down the shore, having your picnics, everybody considers that the kickoff of the summer basically. But please remember what the holiday is about. Memorial Day is to celebrate and honor those who gave their lives so that we have the freedoms that we do in this country. So, take a minute out of your, picnic time, your shore time, etc., and think about the people that did that for us. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good evening, Brett Baker, Edison, New Jersey. I too, Mr. Shi, have a job. I too wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I too am busy. I respect you.
Thank you.
I'd like to apologize to my former students who experienced a Brett Baker who learned well on the job about how to handle and respect student differences. I'd like to apologize to the current students, kindergarten through 12th grade at Edison Public Schools, who heard the things they heard tonight. In particular, those at my favorite Edison school. I'm not allowed to have favorites, but my children go there. So, Jason Monroe always holds my heart, and I love seeing a member of the staff back there. I'd like to apologize to every single member of that community, because I know that community matches every other school, which includes the schools that many of your children go to, which are beautifully diverse, welcoming, inclusive environments. And despite the vitriol that gets bashed around here sometimes, I think we lose sight of our kids. So I thought I'd share a resource with my remaining time. PFLAG, pflag.org, has published a webpage titled Transgender Reading List for Adults. As a social scientist, it's my responsibility to inform those of you who feel that biological sex is the same as gender, which is non-gender is a social construct, and the binary in and of itself is a recent evolution. Even the Bible in Old Hebrew recognizes the diversity of gender. So thanks to PFLAG, I quote them with the remaining time. Questions about transgender issues, gender identity, and transitioning aren't just for kids and young adults. Adults have plenty of questions about those issues and several more besides. How best to help a child who's questioning their gender, how to help a friend or family member in transition, how to be a good friend or ally, or how to navigate the many complex legal issues that surround being transgender. The answers to those and many other questions can be found in the books below. I would like to pause and note that this is germane to the conversation of the board because 5756 seemed to protect these students, so maybe we could do some reading. The book Authentic Selves, Celebrating Trans and Non-Binary People and Their Families is a beautiful and powerful book developed by interviewer Peggy Gillespie and published by Skinner House Books, created in collaboration with PFLAG National and the Transgender Legal and Defense Fund. Authentic Selves celebrates trans and non-binary people and their families in stunning photographs and compelling stories. The book Becoming a Visible Man by Jameson Green, PhD, combines candid autobiography with informed analysis to offer unique insight into the multiple challenges of the female-to-male transsexual experience, ranging from encounters with prejudice and strained relationships with family to the development of an FTM community that's female-to-male, for those of you who are new to the conversation, of an FTM community and the realities of surgical sex reassignment. The book Gender-Born, Gender-Made, Raising Healthy Gender Nonconforming Children by Diane Aaron Saft, PhD. Aaron Saft offers parents, clinicians, and educators guidance on both the philosophical dilemmas and the practical daily concerns of working with children who don't fit their quotes, typical gender mold. She debunks outmoded approaches to gender nonconformity that may actually do children harm, and she offers a new framework for helping each child become his or her own unique, most gender-authentic person. The book Gender Outlaw, On Men, Women, and the Rest of Us by Kate Bornstein, part coming-of-age story, part mind-altering manifesto of gender and sexuality drawn directly from the life experiences of a transsexual woman. The book Helping Your Transgender Teen, a guide for parents by Erwin Krieger. If you are the parent of a transgender teen, this book will help you understand what your child is feeling and experiencing. Erwin Krieger is a clinical social worker with many years of experience helping transgender teens. This book brings you the insights gained from his work with these teenagers and their families. The book He's My Daughter, A Mother's Journey to Acceptance by Eve Langley. Linda's account of how she adjusted to the reality that her eldest son had decided to physically become a woman is the story of a family. Tears and laughter, support and withdrawal accompany Tony, now the eldest daughter, as she maps out her new life. And with her all the time is Linda, her mother, helping to select her wardrobe, guiding her in the subtleties of speech and behavior, and supporting her, especially in the early stages of her new life as a woman. But Brett, why, oh why would you dare read a list of 10 books to us at 12:57 a.m. on Wednesday? Because for 2 years I've watched this board. So it's not just you all, it's those who preceded you, and it's those who will come after you. I watched this board entertain a debate that seems nonsensical at best, that it's the social media conditioning children to be trans, that it's this and that it's that, and we seem to not look to our history. We seem to not look to the past where we see that transgenderism and gender non-binary and gender non-conforming transcends humanity from before recorded history. And this board chose the tactic of fear. Fear. My 6.5, almost 7-year-old son, I'll end with, listened to my speech not once, not twice, but 3 times and asked me each and every single time, why, Dad, oh why, can't we just treat everybody with respect?
Thank you. Any other public comments? See none?
Motion to close.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we're open for board member comments. Any board member?
I have.
Yes, go ahead.
It's almost 1 a.m. in the morning, so good morning. Thank you, everybody who came out today. The community who took time to share their views on Policy 5756. Your voice matters, and I'm here tonight to honor the trust you have placed in me. Tonight, I voted yes to repeal the Policy 5756 because I made a promise to uphold parental rights. And I believe parents deserve to be active, informed partners in their children's life. That belief guided my vote. Now, I want to make something very clear. Repealing this policy means that parents will affirmatively continue to be able to freely speak with our staff about the children within the framework and the procedure established by the district administration. This was a concern raised by some, and the above